Hello. Good evening. Hi, Snacks. Hello and welcome to what might be the last episode of Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon. So we have done not all of the side questing that we could do, but we've done a decent amount of it. And we also did do all of the major quests here to get all of the different people on our side. So now, all that we have left is to talk to the voice. Who, funny enough, did not spawn in until we got really close to him. So, I think we are... So, I think if ever we are going to do a respec, now is the time. So, rather than starting off immediately, I am going to go ahead and I'm going to place my thing there. We're going to finally use one of the only 2 potions we have that lets us respec. Oh. Never mind, it used 2 of them. Let me load my save. Because the first one did not take immediately, so... But that's fine. You get to see this guy pop in again. Boop, there he goes. Alright, so... let's go in and drink one of these. I think it's because we had so many things assigned, so it started freaking out. Because we had, you know, 50 some odd levels of stuff. Alright, so attributes wise. First of all, this has to be 10. For sure. And this we want 20. This we want 25. So we'll take the 1 point we had in perception and move it to strength. So, this should mean that our melee damage is as strong as it'll be for now. And it means we have a ton of extra stamina and our armor is as light as it'll be for the time being. King's Soul. Let's see. Okay, so we want that. And we want... I guess we'll take less damage. No, because it's pretty easy to not get hit most of the time. I guess let's do bonus damage when killing things. Alright, so skill trees. So, we had a bunch of points spent in spirituality that we don't need. First of all, we definitely want this stuff. Take these. Okay. So that was the armor stuff we had taken. We're not going to worry about the crafting stuff. The healing one, we'll take that. For now, we'll probably also take that. Alright, so we did not have any endurance, strength-wise. So we want to max that. We want these. We want this. We want this. And then for two-handed, we want this maxed. We want this maxed. Want this. That. Want that. We do want that. That. Now we have 7 points left. This is really good for fighting bosses. So we definitely want these points, for sure. So with 6 points remaining, we could raise our armor a little more. We could get more healing. I think we want 3 points into this. And I guess we'll take the bonus health from that. Okay. Which leaves us 1 extra point. Now we could take crit. We could just take more health. Okay, so what we want is we're going to put 1 point in here, and then we'll take this whenever we level up again. And then we'll take this as well if we level up more. All right, Arthur, what do you got to say? Did you know some of the Dal read over drinking Four Dweller blood?
No. How would I? The tribes were our allies, but they commanded their own forces. The truth is, that war made monsters out of us all. The Four Dwellers weren't just any normal enemy. The way they looked, the way they wielded the weirdness. To many, they seemed almost godlike. I don't condone what the Volker did, but sadly, I understand it.
So, it doesn't seem like he has acknowledged yet that he has, like, Four Dweller blood. Okay. So now, let's talk to this guy. Hello, Geirfanner. We're in the mood.
Who have you managed to convince?
I've convinced everyone, so the Svein tribe will attend. Expect Barlam.
This pleases me greatly. The Svein are the finest scouts this land has ever known.
Okay.
Their skills will be invaluable in the war, and in shaping Avalon afterward. Allow me, in return for your effort and intervention, to return this piece of armor to you. It will improve your chances in the trials of the King's threat.
I see. Okay, so that was presumably some kind of, like, special armor we get at the end. I don't know if it's going to be better than Lancelot's armor, but we'll see. So Ingvi will answer the call.
How did you manage to convince the Twyde tribe? They've always kept to themselves, no matter the hardships we faced. You've done the impossible, and I want to give you an artifact the Twyde tribe once guarded. Here, a part to the King's armor they were tasked with guarding. It will aid you as you face the challenges of the King's threat.
Okay. So Angsvar will also come.
Could it be that the Volker have uncovered the truth about Mother? Unbelievable. Of all the tribes, I thought the Volker would be the least likely to show. Take these pieces of the King's armor, once guarded by the Volker. A gift in return for the help you gave him. May they serve you well in the King's threat.
Okay, and then Stroner of the Ulfer tribe will also be attending.
You have no idea how glad I am that the threat of Tryggve has passed, and that they've managed to appoint a new chieftain. The members of the Ulfred tribe are always the first to fight. Their strength and endurance are unmatched. Without them, we could forget about any real war effort, especially against Camelot. So, allow me to offer you a gift in thanks for aiding their tribe. A unique piece of our king's armor, forged by Ulfr himself, the very forefather they take their name from.
Okay.
Go now, my king, and reclaim your crown. All the tribes can do now is patiently wait for your return.
Okay. So we got a level up, and we got some armor. So what is this armor? There is no helmet, so I assume that we're going to get the helmet inside, maybe. King Arthur's breastplate requires stats and everything. And when damage is taken, physical damage, spell power, attack speed, and critical damage increase by 5%. Disappears after 5 seconds. You deal increased damage to 4 dweller enemies. Okay. Critical hits restore 10 health and mana. Critical chance when low on health increased. Bonus damage to 4 dwellers. 1% chance to kill an enemy if it has less than 50% health. That's pretty good. increased crit chance 25% when your health is below 50%. $4 damage increased. Increased crit damage by up to 100% depending on missing health. And then increased damage for $4. So basically, the King's Armor is very good at fighting Four Dwellers. And that's cool, but we fight more than just Four Dwellers. So unfortunately, it's not as useful as just having regular armor. Now, the abilities are very good. Okay, so the question is, what should we be raising? I think we are at a point where endurance is actually more valuable to us than strength. Because we actually get an amount of melee, like, not just melee, but physical damage based on our endurance. And we also get health and stamina regen. Now, we do get more max stam with this, but our armor weight is actually below light already, and we're not going to go above that. So there's actually no reason for us to go further down this tree. So, or further down this points. So we'll just take endurance. We'll take that, and then skill tree wise, like I said, we are going to go for the where was it? Was it under strength? Here it is, endurance. So we'll take this point, so we do bonus physical damage when we are missing health, and then we will also get a bonus attack speed later. All right, what do you think of the moot and its consequences?
Now you ask me, when it was your choices and actions that led to those consequences.
Well, it wasn't going to change what I did.
You managed to unite all of the Talrita. That is no small feat. Especially considering they tend to fight each other when they have no one else to battle. Gerfana should be pleased.
Okay. So now we get to go in and try this. Now, I don't know if this is the actual end, because it wouldn't really make sense. Wait, what? I couldn't push this button before. Okay, hang on. What does this do? Oh, does this just summon the elevator if we happen to, like, activate it and then drop down? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then this does the same. If we send it down, we can summon it back up. All right. Now, I don't know what happens after this, but we do need to we do need to go in here now, and this is supposed to close behind us. All right. So you were kind of scary before. We had to use the King's Power on you. So let's see if we can just beat you now. I do feel quite a bit stronger this time, but it's not because of the armor. All right, got him. Oh wait, I gotta wait for stamina to regenerate. Got a weird prism. Shame I can't take his weapons, because those would be really cool. Oh yeah, that was way easier. But I wonder if we'd switched to Lancelot's armor earlier if it would have been easier. The lifesteal effect is really good, though. Like, we're getting so much life back every time we hit them. Whoa. Whoa. Alright. I now see why they wanted to give us all of these, bonuses to Four Dweller stuff. Ow. I love the idea of the Four Dweller shield, because they're four-armed creatures. So, like a race of four-armed beings using a tower shield that splits in half with one set of arms and then dual wielding. Like, that's such a cool idea. I actually do so much stamina damage that I could just keep him knocked down by chopping him in the leg. Okay, I think we already had the Undying Watch. Okay, so I do see some stuff up there. This is not something we can mine. I want to be on the lookout for any materials in here. What the fuck is that? The Crimson Creeper. They lurk where life flows strongest, nesting near sacred springs and wells. To most, these places are a source of healing, but to creepers, they are nurseries, their breeding grounds soaked in stolen blood. Small but relentless, they burst forth the moment an intruder disturbs their territory, swarming like chittering ferocity. Easy to kill, their presence is a grim reminder that nothing on Avalon is freely given. Those who seem to drink from the land must first contend with the things that already claim it as their own. So I can't tell if they're, like, dropping anything, because I smack them and they explode. Oh. Hello. Go. Yeah, the Lancelot set's feeling pretty good right now. What's that? You. Go away. Are you the first one we've actually found? The other ones I keep slapping them so hard they evaporate into nothing. Alright, so the Eldritch Reavers were kind of annoying before. Truly, we have grown significantly that even these guys are not really annoying anymore at all. Alright. Got this guy. Got the cobweb. Now we fight a giant. Another giant, I should say. Can I just knock you off? Yeah, they really don't stand a chance. I do so much stamina damage. And my regen's so fast that, like, it just goes up instantly. Goodbye. Alright, we have a few options. What's this way? That is a gigantic skeleton. This whole area is very foggy. I thought there was another path, but apparently there's not. So, that's cool, I guess. Alright, I think I saw some more of those, like, ethereal enemies up here. Yeah. If I get the jump on them, they just die instantly. Ooh. Okay. Another one of these guys. Oh, they really don't stand a chance once I, like, get them with one good solid bonk. I love their design. Actually, yeah, let's look at... So we have these Four Dweller shields. How good of a weapon are they? Or are they just shields? Okay, they're just a very heavy shield. They look so cool, though. So, I can't tell if this is supposed to be like bird iconography, or if it's supposed to be some kind of representation of the fact that they have 4 limbs, because it's like a body and then 4 arms. Okay. Neat. Alright, we have to fight one of you at the same time we're fighting the giant. We can actually pretty efficiently deal with them. Got you. And now you're easy to kill. He's having a hard time. The design kind of vaguely reminds me of the trolls from Elden Ring. Because it looks like they have a chunk missing out of the, like, torso. Alright. Wow, that is a huge skeleton. Okay, so we have a couple of directions to go now. That doesn't go anywhere unless... No. It looked like it might, but it did not. Okay, so I can't tell if you're guarding this room or if you're guarding another area. This looks suspiciously like where we need to go, so I'm gonna go the other way. I doth detect an enemy this way, so I think we're going the right way. Ooh, maybe not, actually. Can I skip this? I don't know if I'm supposed to go this way. Oh yeah, when they do their own attack, they use so much stamina that they don't stand a chance. Even taking the hits, I still heal so much of my health back. Okay, I suspect that that is supposed to be the other way, so we're gonna go... We're gonna go this way. No, wait, no. Definitely not, because that's... That's just a boss. That does look like a portal, though. I do see we have an ad starting soon. We're not really doing any like story stuff right now, so I'm not too worried about it. I'm gonna save the delays for if we have any like cutscenes later, because I imagine there will be some. Okay. So is that just a circle? Because I didn't see anything else around here, and I can't get over there. Okay. Well. Huh. I guess we'll go get ready to fight that boss. Okay, we're going to take a moment to appreciate this gigantic arena. As we do have ads running right now, but I do see a bunch of the giants. Pictures of some who actually still have their face, kind of, because they're gigantic. I can't quite tell if he has a face or not. He doesn't look like it. He looks like he still has this same like circle with like a divot in the middle. Anything else like notable in this arena? No, it's just him. Well. I don't think we don't have a level up or anything. Let's slot in some of these potions that we don't currently have in. So we'll take, not the strongest ones, but we'll take like some of the pretty good ones. Replace the Stromic with one that actually heals a half decent amount. God, yeah, Arendite is doing so much damage. It's actually, it's kind of absurd how much more damage it does than the lightning did, even when we respect solely into strength, which is what the lightning would scale off of. Because the lightning was, I believe, yeah, strength endurance, so most of the scaling is from strength. And Arendite is strength, dex, and endurance. But wow, it's like it's not even upgraded higher. It's the same upgrade. It's just not as good. Oh, we got another cloak. 50% less visible when stationary out of combat. No, we kind of like the stam regen and crit chance. Some of these are pretty good, though. Honestly, Scorch Warden's Tattered Cloak, I think that one is still good. We're just not using it. But, like, I think if incoming healing scales the vampirism effect, like, that's gotta be good. Okay. I think the ad is ending soon, so we're just gonna get ready to go into this fight, I guess, because I think we're as prepped as we can be. Alright. Here we go. Fighting. I see the crown. The crown is mine. Bequeath unto me my crown. King Arthur's crown. Okay, so we had his will. We had... Was that his... I forget what the actual, like, purpose, meaning behind each one was, because I know the first one was his will. I know one was his, like, strength. Is this one his, like, legacy or his legend? What is this one?
I am
Oh, the
his
burden.
the man beneath the myth.
Oh, okay. So initially, my understanding of this quote was, I am his burden, as in, I am the mortal who became the man. But instead, the man beneath the myth is the foredweller. Like, that is... Because increasingly, it sounds like he was a foredweller. So, bind the soul.
I am the face that time forgot, the name that was never enough.
Okay. Alright, this may be the last time we see this cool area, so let's drink it in for one moment, because it's very creepy, but in a, like, in a really fascinating way. It's very, like, Doom-esque. Alright, here we go. What's the final memory?
First, you used these people to win yourself a kingdom, and now you herded them here under threat of being stomped to death by giants if they leave or disobey. After all that they've gone through, all that they've done, all that they've suffered, this is how you intend to repay them.
No kingdom will stand with people like them within its borders. They would have to change their ways. The Del Rita are not ready for this. You know this.
You did worse than all of them combined, and you are the one responsible for all they've done so far. They fought for your name and under your banners. Does this mean you're not fit to be a king? Not ready to have a kingdom?
I left the heritage of Pendragon behind me. I severed the ties between myself and my tribe. I lost all that tied me to the past when I became king. I set a new path for myself. They are not ready to do that.
Bullshit. You forced them to go against their sacred traditions. You destroyed their identities. They betrayed their comrades because you ordered them to. They kidnapped the children of the giants because you told them to do it. Everything they did was so that you could win this war. And now what? You're going to punish them for being your best, fiercest soldiers, most loyal of your men?
This is not...
Oh, stop with your excuses already. You broke them, and now you're abandoning them to starve or freeze to death in these damned lands.
This kingdom needs to be built on peace, Caradoc. Letting them live among merchants, lords, and ladies in Camelot or Timberwall. How would that go?
Exactly as anyone would expect it to go.
So we would end up with a civil war. Right after we won the war that almost annihilated us all.
Oh, damn you. I've had enough. I stood by you through everything. Even what you did to me. To Seawall. I let it all slide. I told myself it was for something. For a noble cause. But this is where I draw the line. I renounce my oaths, and I'm walking away. Put a blade in my back if that helps you sleep. I don't care. Not anymore.
I see. So he effectively banished the Del Rita. Also, hi, Rix. Hello, and welcome. Still nothing changed on the inside. Can I see it any better from the other side? I cannot. Okay.
Now I remember it all. I left the best of my
Oh,
people.
thanks for dropping by, Rix.
I betrayed their
And have fun.
loyalty. And for what? Everything is in ruin. Everything I struggled to build is corrupted. This land, it had a glorious past, but it has no future. There is no way to save it.
I see. Here's the thing, though. I do think that he was unfair to the Del Rita. To a degree, I think that he had a point. That they would... That the, like, nobles and such would not do well amongst the tribals. But, like, if the point was that they wouldn't, then it's up to him as the king to teach them. Like, to help them fit into society. Or give them a rightful place. And he did not do that. So, no, you were really unfair to them.
I know. I see it now. And it was my decision that cost them the ability to grow and change. I may have been right about the diagnosis. Now I see I could have been wrong about the cure. The tribes helped us win the war. They were fearless and followed every order. They were the most loyal of all. But I left them broken. And after the war, their bloodlust was insatiable. I had to do something. This felt like the only choice.
So yeah, what was that about the Pendragons?
I come from the Pendragon bloodline. A heritage drenched in as much blood as that of the Del Rita. A heritage that pillaged and fought in the homelands for longer than anyone can remember. And unable to build anything that withstood the test of time. I decided to leave it behind me when we won the war against the Four-Dwellers, and built our kingdom on Avalon on stronger foundations. Now we've seen that my bloodline must have been cursed.
Yeah, what was that about the Giant's children? I know that... I know that they were held hostage, but this is the first, like, details we're getting about it.
The Giants sided with our enemy. We had to find a way to remove them from the equation. So, under cover of night, the tribes stole their children. I told the Giants their offspring were our hostages, and that we would slaughter them if they refused to bend the knee. One of the most humiliating moments of that whole war, both for me and for the Del Rita.
Well, I guess that explains a few things. I didn't expect Caradoc to care, though. Yeah, he was very, like, impassioned about this.
Caradoc had the clearest eyes of any of us. He saw things for what they were. And I think I destroyed that. Destroyed him with all I did. I turned him into this. And now he's only a shadow of the man I once knew. He used to carry hope. Now all he carries is vengeance. There's nothing left. Nothing worth saving. Nothing worth rebuilding. I gave everything I had to this land. My blood, my soul, my name, and the land devoured it all. I betrayed the ones who believed in me. I cut down the men who fought for me. I turned away from my own blood to build something better. And all I built was another ruin. I thought I was forging a future. I was just extending the fall.
I mean, I kind of feel for him. Because, like, it sounds like he did genuinely want to make things better. But, like, it just did not work the way that he intended. But hey, like, that's how it goes, especially in war. Like, you can want peace, but if you do horrible things to get it, like, that's still there somewhere. So the crown, what do we do about the giants?
Do what you want. There's nothing about this land that I recognize anymore. All I've ever done got turned into dust, corrupted against my intentions, destroyed. Why bother?
Ooh. Brutal. Okay, so the Charred Conclave is the last place that we need to go.
Once and future king, you return.
Oh, hello.
Speak your will through the mortal you now inhabit. Is it time for us to awaken?
Ooh. Okay. So we have three options here. We can either order the giants to lead the Dalrita tribes against Camelot. We can reawaken the giants but have them crush the rebellion of the Dalrita. Or we can let them sleep. Now, I'm torn on this. We're not sending them against the Dalrita, straight up. Because, like, the Dalrita have a thirst for war, but that's the Camelodians' fault. The question is, should we allow the giants to help with that, or should we let them remain sleeping? So, I'm inclined to order them to help. So I'm gonna say yes. We're gonna order you to march on Camelot, and you will lead the Dalrita tribes, because I think of the options, that one seems like the best for the way that we've done things so far. We incited a rebellion in the south, where the Dalrita joined with the people there. We have supported all the Dalrita here. So I think in the end, the Dalrita are the ones who deserve this land, because it sounds like they did a lot of the fighting for it and never got the recognition for it. So we're going to support the Dalrita tribes.
The Dalrita have long been our allies. Through their eyes, we have watched your kingdom fall into corruption. Camelot will fall. Your will shall be done.
Okay. Thank you, Giant. Oh, he doesn't have collision. Oh, weird. All of his other limbs do not have collision except for his feet. His feet have collision for some reason, but everything else does not. I guess that makes sense, because that's the part that, like, swings at me. So do we see them, like, waking up? Okay. Ah, there's the portal. Oh, okay. Yeah, this was just the portal that was at the beginning. I kind of wondered what that was for. All right, so now we step outside with crown in hand. Or maybe crown on head. Crown in head? I actually don't know how these are working. I think we're just like drawing the power out of them. Although this one we actually did physically take the crown. I don't know if we physically took the shield. I know we didn't take the sword. Alright. Oh, hey. All the tribe members are here. Is this the moot meeting? My campfire is still here too, so...
We are ready to begin the moot. We were only waiting for your return, once and future king. You were strong enough to walk the king's thread, and you conquered it. What is your will, my king? What decision have you made regarding the giants?
The giants will support your war. They will lead the Dalrita tribes against Camelot.
Glory be to you, once and future king. Fame and honor to you for all time. Thanks to you, Camelot will fall, and with it, the dead laws and the suppression of the Dalrita tribes. Thank you, my king, for your intervention. I, the voice of the Dalrita tribes, accept your decision with humility and gratitude.
Okay. Well. Let's see if anybody has any words to say.
The king's decision pleases me greatly. My tribe will once again have the chance to prove itself in battle. Nothing stirs a Volkir's soul more than the chaos of true war. There, we shall be at our strongest. I only hope Camelot's armies have the courage to meet us in the field, instead of cowering behind their city walls and forcing us into some tedious siege.
Well, I will tell you that a siege will not work well for them, given that you have giants. I don't care how big their walls are, they cannot hold back against a giant hurling a boulder. Yingvi.
So be it. War. We march on Camelot, and the giants shall clear the path for us. My plans to rebuild the tribe must wait. But perhaps the Thoid scattered across the land will join our march.
Maybe.
I only hope that many of us return home safely. Without Thoid blood, rebuilding a tribe as strong as we once were will be no easy task.
Okay. Barlam.
The giants are marching on Camelot, and I suppose I should be glad, right? But I'm not. Not at all.
Why?
How am I supposed to know they won't turn on us one day?
Oh, I guess that's fair.
The Stagfather was supposed to be our protector too, and he wiped out nearly my entire tribe. I'll never trust the giants. Not a chance.
Yeah, but for him, I guess that makes sense, because like he's not going to trust the giants. I do wonder if he's going to trust the giants, because the giants were like inadvertently the cause of his like pseudo undead chieftain, but they were also the reason that we were able to beat him. So
we are preparing for war. It's not the solution I would have supported had the moot taken place under normal circumstances. But seeing the state we are in, I don't have much choice. Besides, it would be a shame to waste such an opportunity. The Ulfr tribe would never forgive me if I held the Dalrita back from open war with Camelot, especially with the giants at our side.
Okay. Alright, well that's everybody. He doesn't have anything else to say, so we've spoken to everybody. Let's take a seat. And we have a King Soul point, so the crown. Activating King Soul fully restores health, stamina, and mana. When using King Soul, physical damage and spell power increases by 50%. That's pretty good. Actions do not cost mana or stamina and do not use normal ammunition. Okay. Really ammunition restores a portion of the King Soul. So we're going to do this one because the thing that holds us back the most whenever we are doing anything is stamina. And King Soul giving us infinite stamina is going to just give us so much power. Now, the thing is, we are at the point where we now have to go and we need to go meet Caradoc, right? And I believe he is going to be somewhere around here. The actual quest. Is it here? It must be here. And like we have to be in here for it to like work. So the thing is, we do want to do that. However, I did notice when we were traveling around a little bit, I noticed what looked like they might have been the other shrines. So I want to go check on those. Or not shrines, tombs. Because the tombs are potentially necessary for an ending. So I know one of them, I think I saw over here, like a door. And so I want to go look over there. Now, I don't think this is the only thing. But I do think that it's... we should actually wait until day. Actually, no, you know what? If the like weird stalker guy attacks us, we'll just try and fight him. And we'll see how we do. So, I don't know everything that we need to do, but I have heard that there is a true ending. And part of the true ending is you have to have completed all of the tombs, and we've completed 3 out of what I've heard is 5. And I think there's one over here. Because I vaguely remember seeing something in the rocks, but I couldn't quite tell what it was. Because I saw this marker. Sure enough. Oh. Perfect chance for us to try this fight. Where is he? Where did he just spawn? I heard him spawn. Where did he spawn? Oh, he spawned up there. Well, that's not my problem. Okay. So I saw the map marker over here, but climbing up this is so hard. So we need the crown to get in here anyway. Sir Galahad. All right. Galahad the... Was it Galahad the Pure? Was that his epitaph? Lucky knife. Oh, they have crowns. There's a lot of undead in here. Okay, so that's a way out. Wow, this is a lot of undead. The Warden of Ash's Helm. Warden of Ash's Cuirass. Oh, hey, Galahad. Okay, we're over capacity now. So we need to toss some things. We have a bunch of, like, garbage that we're not gonna use, so we'll just drop these. Just, like, random garbage that we've gotten from, the what are they called? I can't remember what they're called. The stuff we have to identify. Okay, well that was Galahad allegedly. But that did not feel like Galahad's armor. No. Okay, that definitely was not Galahad's armor. But that was labeled as Galahad. Oh, it's multiple Galahads. Interesting. Oh, because... Right. That makes sense. Because some of them... Because it's a title. Because not all of them were immortal. Okay. Are these all Sir Galahads then? Or are they all like servants who served with Galahad? Oh, he got stuck. Well, he's got a lot of cool looking armor, but it doesn't really have any set bonuses, so it's not really worth using over this one. So many Galahads. Okay, this one actually does do stuff, so let's grab this one. Oh, these are cursed. Oh, they're all cursed. Also, we actually got his crown. Increase strength, dexterity, perception, practicality, and spirituality by 5. So, question. If I put this on, it does not work. So, if I respect and got 6, 5, and 5 in the things that I'm missing, then I would just gain a bunch of stats for free. I wonder if that's actually worth doing just for the stats. Because that's a total of 15 points that we gain in the stats that we already use just by putting that on. I'm tempted to try it. Okay, so we killed all of those guys. Ashen Veil Cloak. Great sort of living ice. Interesting. So, is there anything else in here? I love the architecture in here. It's very pretty. Oh, is this the way we need to go? Yep. Okay, this is the boss fight.
After everything I did for you, you won't even let me rest in peace.
Yeah, your king is calling. Honor the oath you swore.
I swore to protect him until the day I died. And I did. I don't feel obligated to serve him anymore. I earned my rest.
You speak, that means you live. The oath still holds. I mean, yeah, you may as well talk to us.
It's not my fault the weirdness woke me. And I know exactly who to blame. The one who kept coming back, growing stronger, and ruining our peace.
Let me speak to him, young one. Galahad, my friend, we come to you in our hour of need.
It wasn't enough to tamper with immortality on your own. You had to drag us into it too. Do you know, it was only after I died that I understood what you'd done. Becoming a Four-Dweller, Arthur. Really?
Oh, he became a
I've always
Four-Dweller.
valued your counsel, Galahad. But we were losing the war, and you were no longer at my side. I had no choice but to try becoming as powerful as they were.
Nonsense. There's always a choice, and you have made the worst one. How could you fraternize with the enemy? Go against everything we fought for? You're right. I wasn't there. If I had been, I'd have beaten you to death with my bare fists before letting you follow the advice of that old charlatan.
It was my choice, not Merlin's.
Keep telling yourself that. I know the truth.
I see.
always knew the old man was a manipulator, and you had too much on your shoulders to see what he was really doing.
I respect your opinion, Galahad. I only regret that we meet under these circumstances.
As do I. So, what now? You're taking my remains for a little trip, and I'm supposed to serve you again? Not that you're giving me a choice. If you take me from this place, my essence will be bound to your will. I never really had a choice, did I? The war, your transformation. It would have happened with or without me.
Probably, yes. But now, at least we can see it through to the end.
Okay.
Do what you want. It's not like I have a choice. This will be the last time you hear me fully aware.
Then, is there anything you want to say to me, Galahad?
Just one thing. May the weirdness take you, traitor.
Ooh. Okay, well, I am unfortunately going to beat you to death with Sir Lancelot's armor and shield. Or armor and sword, rather. Die. Alright, so... absolutely shattered. Okay, so let's get rid of some of the stuff we don't need. So... the cursed shit can go. We don't need the cursed shit. Okay, so we're under capacity now. So, Galahad's helmet. So, incoming healing increased significantly when low on health. Melee retaliation increased. So, a bunch of huge buffs when you're low on health. And the idea is that you just like... is that like deflecting damage? But health below 10% is very low. Like, that's effectively dead. Increases dash counter by 100% when stamina is low. Increases dash counter by 100% when your health is low. Yeah, so that's a lot of, like, you are almost assuredly going to die if you fuck up. Because that's very, very, very low on health for that to work. Each attack is a critical. That is extremely good. That is such a good two-handed mace. If I wasn't using Erendite, I would use that, guaranteed. It's just so good. Alright. Rest in peace, Galahad. We will be seeing you again soon, I imagine, as we can summon you. Font of Recovery. I do want to do a spellcaster playthrough of this game. Not now, but in the future. But man, does it seem like there's a lot more cool shit like later in the game for the melee builds. There's definitely some cool like mage stuff. There's definitely some sets that I think I would use, but I think there was maybe one of the tombs so far has had something that was like a spellcaster type thing. Okay. So I'm assuming we're going to have to talk to the Pict again.
Such proud men, Galahads. I wonder what it is about that name that makes it heavier to bear than most. They're always more driven, but more volatile too. I've heard some things about Sir Galahad the Pure. Things I'd rather never hear again.
Okay. The first Gala was somehow even angrier than the one I met before, but he didn't seem so bad. Between the first Gala and the last, it feels like nothing ever really changes on Avalon. Right, so we fought, Galahad was the guy that we fought in the south, and he was kind of, like, fucked up. Yeah, between the first Galahad and the last, it feels like nothing ever really changes.
On the contrary, everything is always changing. Sometimes it's hard to keep up. Though, maybe that's just me finally getting properly old. But you're right about one thing. Violence, and those who thrive on it, never seem to change. The worst kind of constant in a sea of chaos.
Okay. Yeah, the first one was somehow even angrier, though. But he didn't seem so bad.
You've met Sir Galahad the Pure? It fascinates me how he both is and isn't the ideal successor to the first Galahad. They share the same drive, the same sharp edge of cruelty. But for the first Galahad, that cruelty was a means to an end, not the end itself. Or so I've heard. Keep going. Avalon has more to show you.
Okay. Cool. Let's see. So where else do we need to go? So there might be one here because we haven't been down this way. I do want to check. What else we got? I haven't really been down here. Okay. So we do need another tomb. I do vaguely know there's 3 locations that we need to find as well. As I have heard, the true ending requires you to go to 3 locations after you've acquired certain items. And I know one of them is, I believe it's this place, right? Was it this place or was it, actually, no, I think it was this place. Because I remember there was a thing that I couldn't interact with yet. And it was like when I was doing my first hunting, to try and like learn how to fight things that were in the weirdness. The second one, I believe, is this thing. Because I think I've been to it before, but I couldn't do anything there, so I just left. Or was it Wither's Hideout? Actually, no, I think it was Wither's Hideout, because I think Wither's Hideout was the one that was closed. So there's another one, and I think it's down here somewhere. So what we're going to do is we're going to go here, and we're going to just follow this area along and just go up until we find it. We have... I guess the fastest way is going to be go back up. So we'll just go back up here. And we are trying to go for the true ending, mostly because if I don't stream another, I do want to at least make sure that we Banabot. I do want to make sure that we at least get, like, the... Well, what I hope is the best ending. But I imagine that there's, like, multiple different possible ways this can go. So, we have a few things we're going to do. We're going to just kind of walk around this area and see if there's any caves or anything just around the edges. I did see that there was a marker down there, which we'll try and check. Oh, those are the snails. Oh. Okay, we almost died. Hey, we didn't die. Oh. Okay, well that actually was where I needed to go. How do we open it? Okay. How do we open it? Because that was the thing, is I hadn't been able to open the other ones either. Do we have to go to this one last? Because this definitely looks like a big, ominous, mystical thing. Maybe the 2 lights on mean that we haven't gone to the 2 locations we need to go to yet, so... Let me put down a bonfire. Let's do our level up. So we're just gonna keep leveling up endurance now. Yeah, let's do that. And then... we want this for when we're low on health. And then we will fuel this. Let's talk to you. Do you have anything to say about the Tomb of Galahad?
Galahad. I should have known he wouldn't be too happy about being brought back. But I hoped he'd died in peace, and would return in peace. I was wrong.
Okay. Somehow I don't think you guys even got along when he was alive.
War isn't a time when you can afford likes and dislikes. Galahad was a great warrior. He made decisions no other commander dared to. But would he have been a good leader in times of peace? I doubt it. That's why news of his death in battle came as a relief to me. Men like him, once they gain momentum, are nearly impossible to stop.
Wow, brutal.
In that regard, he and Galahad the Pure were quite alike.
How did the first Galahad die? I mean, I just heard you say that it was in battle, but do you have the specifics?
He led a dangerous expedition, one of the most important of the Age of Conquest. Had it succeeded, the war might have ended much sooner, but it didn't. And so the fighting went on. After the war, I had his remains recovered and this tomb built. Over time, he came to be seen as a noble martyr. But who he really was, well, you've seen that for yourself.
Fair enough.
I regret the fate he met. Let's make sure his sacrifice wasn't in vain.
Okay. So we're gonna fast travel and let's see. Where would the other one be? So we found Galahad's tomb, which was here. Is it possible we missed one over here somewhere? Otherwise, I don't really know where to go. Because I know we had the Druidic Shrine here. Aha! I was told by someone that it was, like, near an area we'd been to before, and it was, like, by a shrine. And there's this shrine here, there was another one that was over here, I think? Was the Shrine to Crokmaw. There's this shrine, but there's no way it was going to be here. And then this shrine, but we already went over here and explored all this area. So, alright, so we have this one left. Now, we've encountered Percival, Lancelot, Galahad, Gawain, the one who I always forget his name, but he's the jester. Tomb of a Knight. Okay, is this one... Who is this? I probably should have put my armor away that I grabbed, but that's fine. Exploding Morgenstern. Excuse me? All right. So many things to fight. Okay. So who is this? Is there any inclination at all who this was? Butcher's tool. I'll pick it up. Oh, 25 health after killing an enemy. I mean, that's pretty good, but we don't need it. We're so beyond needing the weapon itself to heal. We just do so much damage and we have lifesteal. A lot of, like, knightly iconography in here. Is it a knight? Die. I almost didn't attack him, but I'm glad I did, because I don't know if there's another way down here. Oh, hello. Sir Vast.
You kept us waiting. Your tombs gathered quite a lot of cobwebs and spiders. Best tidy up a little before you settle in for eternity.
My tomb? You're waiting for me?
Ah, of course. Of all the forgotten knights who never came, you stand closest to the king.
What do you mean?
When you finally join us, you'll tell us what it was like to hear his voice, to share so many battles by his side. I won't deny my envy, but in death, you'll be our equal. And then we'll speak as comrades.
This is my tomb. Because he must have to, like, latch onto a vessel. I discovered something kind of life-changing today. What did you discover? What did you discover that was life-changing? You assume that I will fail and die.
I've no need to assume. Everyone dies, sooner or later. But yes, you're right. I suppose I had already decided your mission, whatever it may be, was bound to fail.
Wow, rude.
Perhaps I was mistaken. Forgive me.
Okay, so I don't have to fight you. You can make gravy in the microwave and it tastes good. I guess I'm not surprised. I don't know if the gravy that I make I could make in the microwave, because I think because I use a little bit of Pinot Grigio in mine, and I don't know if you're supposed to microwave alcohol. Okay, sir, what are you doing here? You haven't introduced yourself at all.
I've been resting in a tomb for the past 3 centuries, so not much, really. I've been resting in a tomb for the past 3 centuries, so not much, really. Unless, of course, you're pointing out that I'm not in my own grave. In which case, fair enough. But what can I say? I do enjoy the occasional posthumous strolls.
Okay. He has a lot of, like, visual bugs going on, too. And his audio skipped there for a second. But, like, so the level of detail in his hair is, like, changing as he leans in and leans back. So it's very distracting. How'd you die?
This tomb of my own accord, as did many of us. I knew our time was drawing to a close. The gates opened, and so I entered. I had a few words with Govanon and then headed to the crypt prepared for me. With my own gravestone on my back, I treated it as my penance.
Oh. Oh, hey, Ace Red Fang. Thank you for the water. I have some gamer subs right now, so I'm going to sip that, but I will take a sip. How are you doing, Ace? You were working on some, was it you were working on some kind of VR chat thing recently? I mean, you usually are, but I thought I saw something about you working on something else recently. You mentioned penance for what?
Sometimes, when men want something badly enough, they're capable of truly awful things. I killed 5 knights. Each one stood higher than me in the race for a seat at the round table. 4 I cut down during a tournament. The last I drowned in a river. He was drunk as a skunk. Didn't even comprehend what was happening. Quite the burden to repent for, wouldn't you say?
Okay, then we are nothing alike, because I did not covet a seat of the round at all. What do you think about, Govanon?
Fine, lad. If someone's to watch over my corpse, I'm glad it's him. I imagine long ago he had more to do. It's been a while since anyone new passed through.
Trying to make some armor from an anime, but struggling. What armor? What armor are you trying to make? Mine was good. Mine was like basic butterflower stock, and it was good consistency. That's good to hear. Maybe I'll try to make gravy in the microwave at some point. We'll see. Sir Vast, the king and I want your service. Will you join us?
I see. You pity the wretch who never reached his dreams. How noble of you. Truly. But I propose something fairer. Let's test it. Your cause, my worth. If I lose with dignity, I am all yours. If you still consider me a good candidate for service, but if you fall, then you'll lie in the tomb that's been waiting for you since before you drew your first breath. So, what do you say?
I accept your challenge.
Splendid. Let's begin.
Let me tell you, you have chosen the wrong guy to fight.
Lost. Oh, how I missed that rush. As I promised, I'll serve the 2 of you.
Okay.
Here is my oath. I shall be ready to fight at your side whenever you should call upon me. Thank you.
If you know solo leveling, it's the Red Knight. I know of solo leveling. I have not actually watched it yet myself. But I would like to. So, I've heard it's good. So I'm guessing this is supposed to be my name. Right, well, I think that's all of the... I I think that's all of them. Hang on. Oop. Sorry, I was checking to see if I got a... Because I don't have Steam pop-ups, because they were causing me problems. So... Gambit scale, what is that? Increases dash and vulnerability window. Interesting. That is a mana increase. Oh yeah, we got an ad starting. Well, we just finished this area, so now we just have to kind of get out of here. Abandoned warrior. Govanon's chisel. Old steel sword. What is Govanon's chisel? A very old chisel belonging to Govanon. Though marked by time, its edge remains sharp. Okay. Exploding Morgenstern. 50% chance to create an explosion if killing an enemy, burning all the enemies within a 5-meter radius. That's pretty good. Old steel sword. Attack speed, crit chance 5%. It's not super impressive, but, you know, it's a good one-handed sword. We have a bunch of quest items that I don't really know what for. Oh, hey, an origin potion. Sweet. Well, now I might actually try that respecking to be able to wear the helmet. Let me see what Lancelot's helmet actually does. Because right now I know I'm using that helmet. So, Lancelot's helmet is crit damage is buff and physical damage is buff. Ooh. That's right. I'm getting a huge buff to physical damage from my armor as well. And this is only a damage bonus to 4 dwellers. Well, seemingly this is really good, and it does give me a lot of stats that are valuable. Because, like, that would give me some bonuses to a lot of things. However, consider instead that, as cool as the crown is, it doesn't give me a bonus against anything that's not specifically a 4-dweller, and I don't have a problem fighting 4-dwellers now. So it's actually not that good for me specifically. If I was playing a different build, it might be better. I do think it would be interesting to see what build would I run with that? Because it wouldn't be a stealth build, because there's a better stealth one than that. Okay. So we have freed all of the knights, I guess. Okay. So I think to open that other one, we need to do these first. So let's fast travel. We need to fast travel to, where was the closest one? Here. So, oh, what do you think of Servast?
Meeting him made me reflect on one thing. How many great knights were swallowed by their ambition to sit at the round table. Somewhere along the way, things must have gone terribly wrong. If men could kill one another for something that was meant to be an honor, I pity the lost knights of this world. I'm glad this one will have a chance to fight at his king's side and serve me, as he always wished to.
Okay. So fuel. We'll identify this thing, because why not? Ruby Shell is pretty good. Alright. So we need to go here first. So we have 3 locations we need to go to. I know about the first one for sure. And I think I know the second one, and now we definitely know the third one. They were here before us, surprised, many questions. We investigate if their work was safe. Great power flows within it, incomprehensible to us. Weirdness cannot help us. We approach it humbly. So this was the... Oh, you don't. You do not stand a chance, my friend. So this was when we had first started hunting in this area, and there was this big thing, and I didn't know what to do with it. Yeah, this thing. Whoa, hello. Right, flame gobblers. Forgot about those guys. So let's activate it. Alright, there is an enemy here. Nice try, buddy. Alright. The weirdness is a purpose in and of itself, and creation within or through the weirdness requires no explanation. It simply becomes, and then it is. The weirdness is a field of fulfilled potentialities where anything can happen, things beyond imagination. The only limits are our minds and our understanding. It takes shape according to our will, our emotions, and our thoughts. We cannot shut ourselves off from it. Okay. Just barely see him. Is that a crown? Looks kind of like a crown. The kingdom beyond sent their ambassador to maintain the balance, the Everdweller. Only one thing is known for certain. The Everdweller cannot survive far from the boiling primordial weirdness of Tuathan capital. Does this mean that the weirdness exists beyond Avalon as well? That it is a force, a substance that enshrouds and imbues all of reality with its potential? Okay. Oh, I was supposed to come here much earlier. You were very easy. Do I have any garbage I can throw away? Each swing deals 1 damage to you. Each hit applies bleed. Neat. We're not going to use it, but we'll hold on to it and throw it into the bank. Restore health after killing an enemy is pretty good. You have a hot toddy with good cinnamon whiskey. Okay. I don't know if I've ever actually had a hot toddy before. That's how you say that, right? I've seen the phrase a couple of times, but I don't know if I've ever actually heard anybody say that and order one. Okay, do we have any other garbage we can throw away? We only need to throw away a little bit, so... I guess we don't really need the knight stuff, because it's not actually that valuable, and we're not going to wear it anymore. Yeah, like, we're as cool as they are, we will never wear them again, so we'll throw them away. Okay, this is... There was no place as beautiful and primal as this. When we discovered it for the first time, it felt as though it had been created for us. One of the earliest, most untouched places on Avalon, unmarked by our actions, and yet we felt such a deep connection to it. We decided to weave new lives here, from thought and intention, from potential shaped after our deepest desires, and for the weaver, we chose the purest among us. Surely won't order them out. I don't feel 100% want something to help, and they are proven to help with colds. That's good to know, actually.
Come on, inside.
Whoa. Excuse me?
Step forward. After all, you know me well. Take off your mask now. It's your home.
Excuse me? You are fascinating. So you're... Oh, you're a Four-Dweller. Are you a Four-Dweller that weaves fate?
Welcome, little prince. Why the sullen look? Aren't you glad to see me? You finally made it here. It must have taken quite a long time.
Who are you?
So, you don't remember me. I'm afraid it might have something to do with the form in which I see you now. This body and soul, they're much different from what I expected. But to answer your question, I am the Weaver. And though it may be hard for you to believe, a part of you knows me all too well.
I do love this animation. One thing I want to draw attention to is look at the edges of what he is weaving. He's actually pinching this thing and like pulling it around. Why do you call me Prince?
Because it is easier for me to address you this way than to accept that, for now, you are nothing more than a human. It is painful, but I must come to terms with it.
Where am I?
It is a place where my prince was woven from the threads of pure potential. The Pale Lady was relentless in her desire to fulfill her vision of an offspring, modeled after those she watched so eagerly. It displeases me that you don't remember. I'd envisioned your return and our meeting quite differently. But now it all makes sense. Now I understand why you need that shard.
What is your role in this?
Nothing remarkable. I simply exist in this place. That you ended up here is a mere coincidence. None of my kind have visited me in a long time. Yet here, I used to weave new Avalonians, shaping them according to the intent and thought that accompanied their creation. Now the thread of potential is much weaker, though it seems this place stirs to life again as the awareness returns.
So he said weaving Avalonians, and I don't think I've heard anybody refer to them as Avalonians. I've heard the Camelodians, which are the ones from Camelot, and the Dalrita, but Avalonians, is that a name for the broader group of all of them, or is that the name that the Four Dwellers gave themselves? Tell me about the Pale Lady.
She was a powerful Avalonian, one of the oldest. She saw and desired far more than the rest of her kin, who were suffocating in their growing decadence. To live a life where one can do anything, it loses all meaning. When she discovered the homelands and learned of mortality and time, everything changed. We were no longer the same. It was as though the mere awareness of such things altered the way we lived.
I see.
We could no longer exist as we once had. It planted a new emotion in us. Fear. You will find traces of her here as well. The stone tablets bear her mark.
What happened to her?
I'm afraid I must admit that I don't know where she is now. It seems she retreated into her depths again after your king entered his eternal sleep. The true one, from which mortals are not meant to be awakened. Not like this.
Okay, so what shard are you referring to? So, by the sounds of it, the Avalonians are the Four Dwellers. So, is this a case where this is a trope of we invaded, I guess, paradise, right? Because this was supposed to be the paradise of Camelot, of King Arthur. And in doing so, we basically usurped heaven, kind of? Okay, what shard are you talking about?
The shard of the prince's memory. It is shattered. Much like the fragmented memory of the king that lingers within you. I'd gladly speak with him, but something is preventing him from manifesting.
How do you know about him, though?
I don't know all the details. What I do know is that after our prince was murdered by our kin, His potential, what you humans might call a soul, did not perish. The prince had been deeply fascinated by humans, and so after his death he manifested in one of them. That person was Arthur, the man who would one day become your king.
Interesting. Okay, why was your prince murdered?
He followed his mother's fascination. Much like her, he gazed upon the land of men. But he wished to go further. He wanted to experience being human. So he built the menhirs, meant to repel the weirdness. For us, the Four Dwellers, such a vision was both heretical and terrifying. Some of our kin could not forgive him for it. So, they killed him. It was the first time an Avalonian had ever slain one of their own.
Okay, so my theory is confirmed that Arthur was a Four Dweller, and it sounds like Caradoc thought that he had become a Four Dweller from Merlin's experiments, when in reality, Merlin just awakened the Four Dweller that was within him. He was always a Four Dweller. So, was he a Four Dweller?
Arthur was a man, mortal like any other, but ambitious like few. But yes, his origins are far more complicated. This is a tale of two separate realities that, through a series of specific events, began to intersect, forming a single knot. Everything that has happened, and everything that will happen, is meant to decide the fate of that knot. And we, as you likely already know, have been pulled into all of this.
Okay, well, what now?
Our meeting comes to an end. I regret how brief it is, but my role in your story was always meant to be insignificant.
Okay.
There is no me. There is no us.
Okay. So did that give us... That did give us a King Soul point. I see. Okay. That is unexpected. Alright, so let's go check out Withers. That was here, Withers Hideout. All right. We need to do a bonfire real quick. Level up. We will keep putting points into this. So, yeah, for every 10 points of health missing, we get 2% increased attack speed. So currently, we have 255 health. So, and we get a bonus when we're at like 30%. So that's like what? Basically 20 levels of that we can get ish. So like 40% increased attack speed. Okay, so we get another point. So our point, we should get this so we can regenerate the King Soul a little easier. Okay. Now I know that there was this thing over here that I could not open before. And I just have not thought about it until now. Okay. Is this it? I think I entered this and I couldn't find any way to progress. Right? Wow. Yeah, we're kind of at the point where we're just like bodying some of these enemies. No, I'm pretty sure I came over here. Is this the place I'm looking for? No. Okay, so maybe it wasn't that. Is there another thing over here that I'm missing? Excuse me. Oh, or was it the Forgotten Gate? Maybe it was the gate, actually. I know there was something over here that I couldn't interact with before. I keep forgetting that I have a mount. Oh, I forget because it's so awkward to control him. Okay, how do we get back up there? 'Cause I remember being up there, and I don't remember how to get there. This way? Alright, bear. You and me. Nice try. You can knock me down all you want, but I'll get back up. Wait, is this it? This is not what I was looking for, but this is cool. Oh, this was the mammoth. I think that was referenced. There was like a giant beast that was referenced. Yeah, that would be terrifying to see if you were like, you know, 8th century, 9th century or whatever, and you just see sticking out of a giant wall is this monster that has like huge tusks that you have no idea what they are and is just perfectly preserved. There we go. This is what I remember. We were crossing this bridge, and I somehow did not look and see the thing on the side, because if I'd seen that before, I definitely would have gone to investigate it. This is it. This is familiar.
What's that noise?
Excuse me, you're in my way.
Tis just a flesh wound. Your armor won't save you.
Actually, I think it will. Who's you? Alright, here we go. Yeah, we saw this thing and we couldn't interact with it before. Training grounds. Finally, a worthy opponent. I guess I was supposed to fight this much earlier, so it's actually pretty easy to kill. Got him. Right, what is this? I fragmented the memory of a beloved child. Gather a memory shard. Okay. There's writing on the walls, but I can't interact with it at all. These don't have any writing on them. Alright. What's beyond here? Oh, it's you again. I think.
We meet again, Lost Prince. I was mistaken about our previous encounter. I erred in thinking I had unraveled what the Pale Lady had planned for the both of us. But I should have known better than to presume or anticipate the moves of someone as shrewd as her.
You seem more weary than last time.
I am tired, Prince. I am so terribly tired. I feel burned out. I can't weave anymore. I don't want to. Never imagined that such a moment could come. Oh, what a truly sorrowful thing. To accept that all things must finally fade.
Okay. What are you weaving? What did you presume wrong?
You meeting me. As I mentioned upon your first visit, I thought it was just a coincidence. A fortunate weave of various events that, under a different alignment of stars and smaller choices, would never have come to pass. However, it turns out that I was meant to fulfill a specific role, and it was not to weave new life as I once believed.
So what was your role?
To weave bridges between you and her despair. Bridges that would allow you to gather the memory shards. She used me. Yet I cannot even bring myself to be angry with her. I see now that she seeks to restore the bonds that once were, before her world shattered and fell into ruin.
Okay. We have a couple of options. Hopefully they'll let me ask all of them. So, can you tell me more about the despair of the Pale Lady?
The pain of a mother who has lost her child. It is difficult to comprehend, especially for us. For centuries, we never had to face loss. And then only by gazing upon you humans, we had to deal with the idea of death. To live in a world in which everything has to die. Such a horrible and terrifying thing.
Fair. You say you're not angry despite the fact that she used you.
Her desire was to bring her son back. I understand that, but can't really empathize with it. Understanding others has always been the strength of humankind. And anger? I'm not sure. For now, I just want peace. I don't want the weirdness. I don't want to weave. I don't want to feel.
Why does she want me to gather the shards?
She hopes that by restoring her son's memory, she will finally bring him back. The Pale Lady wants to put you on a proper path. Yet she does not realize how daunting and impossible this challenge truly is. But those driven by despair rarely measure their actions with reason.
I see. What do you mean by weaving bridges?
Places like this one, or the one where we met before, were chosen by the Pale Lady for a reason. On their own, they're nothing more than aberrations twisted by the weirdness. To bridge your reality and ours, someone had to weave the passages. That someone was me. In both instances, I believed all my efforts were aimed at weaving a new Foredweller, for the first time in centuries. But the truth was far from that.
Okay. How is this place different from the last one we met in? Because, like, the scope of it seems very different.
The Archspire was a bridge to the place where her son was born. In that cave, I wove the prints from the threads of the weirdness granted to me by the Pale Lady. They were resonating with great desire. It seems the place we stand in now was marked as the place where I had to create the next passage.
Oh, so you're weaving pure weirdness. So that's the webs that we found. You weren't able to weave a new forebeller for centuries. Why?
Since we lost the war against your kind, we retreated to Tuathan, severing ourselves from the rest of Avalon. All the while, the weirdness has continued to change. It has grown wilder, more untamed, and far harder to control, even for us. For centuries, places like this seemed lifeless, stripped of their potential. And then the spark began to return. It was then that I resumed my work.
Okay. Interesting. What will I find further?
I do not dare to peer beyond my lost prince. I feel that what lies ahead is bound to a profoundly intimate and ineffably personal aspect of the Pale Lady. It is between you and her.
Okay.
Prince, it is time to go. Leave me behind. I played my role in this spectacle. Hopefully that will grant me freedom. Farewell.
Boy, do I have bad news for you. I suspect that it did not, in fact, grant you freedom. Oh, fuck.
There's no greater joy than watching how a son, born of desire, grows. There's no greater despair than watching how a son, born of one's own thought, perishes.
I see. Is this the Pale Lady? Because she looks fucked up. Oh, it's gross.
And now you stand here, hidden deep within. And even I cannot fathom what my heart feels. Still torn, for you are not wholly him, my son, my prince of Tuathan. Yet there is a flicker of joy within me, for you carry the soul of an Arthur, whose life was chosen for my son. This means the fragments of memory I gathered and kept safe may be saved.
What is this place? Please don't hurt me.
The heart, bleeding and plagued. A fragment of me, of my despair, accidentally brought into existence upon the homelands. My tears seeped into your soil, birthing a terror that became inseparably bound to your kind. The Spectre, the Red Death.
You're the source of the Red Death. Oh, you probably didn't do it on purpose. You were probably trying to create a vessel for Arthur to be in because you wanted your son back.
Unintentionally. I could not have foreseen what such an entanglement of our realities would bring. I could not have known the depths of pain wrought by the loss of a beloved child. When it started to spread, I couldn't find a way to stop it. I am so terribly sorry.
Can the plague be stopped?
Arthur believed that abandoning the homelands would stop the plague. The Red Church committed truly horrific acts in their desperate attempt to halt the blight. Yet, no matter what you humans do, the plague will always return. It's like a curse cast upon your kind. And so, you will drown in my tears.
What do you want?
I want my son back. You walk your own path, yet you will be faced with choices. I hope that, among them, you will find a way to bring my son back. However, I cannot impose my will upon you. It took me a long time to understand that not everything should be demanded by force.
Is there any chance to bring your son back?
I believe so. And you are already working tirelessly toward this, whether you realize it or not. Since my son's fate became entwined with that of Arthur, the King of Mortals, it is necessary to reconstruct the soul of the ruler whose essence you carry within your heart. You will also need the fragments of my son's memory, the ones I so carefully concealed for you to find. Beyond that, the Weaver may possess something helpful. His life-giving spindle. It may prove invaluable when the final trial comes. If you manage to find him, take it.
Where could I find the Weaver?
He is no longer bound by the places I created for him, where he could work in peace. I have a feeling he may have returned to his workshop, deep within the Forlorn Swords.
Okay, so I want an explanation. Arthur, your son, how is everything connected?
It is a tale about the Prince of the Four Dwellers, who unexpectedly became the king of humankind. Arthur, we are connected. In the homelands, he heard my call from beyond the mist. It guided him to Avalon. I met him during his journey. I gifted him with the sword, the specter of which you now carry within yourself. He is someone very dear to me, someone I lost decades ago, whose soul found a new body in your lands.
I see. So how is that even possible? I assumed that, well, I guessed that the Weaver was somehow involved, but I don't know now. How is it possible?
As you already know, we found a way to gaze upon the homelands. My son was fascinated by humans, fascinated by your impermanence and fragility. When one has to deal with entropy and decay, everything suddenly gains far greater significance, doesn't it? He must have desired to live the life of a human. Perhaps it is one of the most powerful manifestations ever achieved by a Four Dweller.
The Weaver mentioned that Arthur's origins are far more complicated.
Oh, the Weaver. I remember the spark of joy that lit up his pale face when he saw what emerged from the threads of weirdness I gifted him. A living being, brimming with such boundless potential, so vibrant with life. He always had a fondness for my child. He called him the Prince.
Why did you want a child?
In the homelands, I saw a powerful thing that we Four Dwellers lacked. It was love, one of many emotions I had to learn. We lived in a world where everything was potent and possible. It made us live a life where we were drowning in decadence. I longed for something more. Our emotional structure was much less complicated than yours. You were quite an inspiration.
I see. So basically, you had everything that you wanted, but you didn't realize there were things that you could want because you'd only ever known this. You brought humans to Avalon, that started a war.
Yes, I am fully aware that my will to bring Arthur to the shores of Avalon brought war and ruin upon my own kin. What would you have me say? There are no proper words for this. I will simply fall silent. Draw your own conclusions.
Okay. Did we meet at the corrupt temple of the All-Mother?
Yes, although that was a horribly distorted part of me, living as if it were another life.
Oh, that's right.
Now I feel more whole. The emptiness is sharper. The sorrow far more profound.
I see. Why did you use the Weaver?
One aspect of the potential of the weirdness is that it can serve as a tool. For that, I needed a craftsman. Someone who could sense even the thinnest threads of that potential as part of a greater whole. Every Four-Dweller could manipulate the weirdness to some degree. But not all did so with the finesse of the Weaver. He could harness that potential for something far, far greater, like weaving a new life, for example.
She is very creepy. Okay, what about your skills? What did you do?
My skills lay elsewhere. Among them was the ability to peer beyond the horizon of our civilization. To see a different world. A world without the weirdness. A world filled with meaning and purpose. Constructed through intricate connections. A single living organism, yet full of individuality at the same time. I feel that sometimes you do not realize just how extraordinary your land truly was.
Fair enough. Well, that's everything I want to know.
Are you sure? If you have anything to ask, ask now. This may be our last meeting before the end of things.
Is there anything else I can ask about?
I am listening.
No.
Are you sure? This may...
Okay. Yes, I'm sure I want to go.
So, it is done. I am glad my heart could host you. I hope you will succeed in reaching the goal you pursue. You leave this place with another shard. Use the memory of my son wisely. Farewell.
Interesting. Very interesting. So King Arthur was an incarnation of a Four-Dweller. And Merlin kind of awakened it, I guess? Alright, I really want to spawn this guy and fight him. There you are. Alright, bring it on, nerd. You're still powerful, however. Wow, you are very powerful, actually. I actually have a ton of life gain because when he's low on health, or when I'm low on health, I get a bunch of bonus. Hi, Rix. Oh! I fell. Don't mind me, currently fighting something that really wants to kill me. Where'd you go? Can you come down here? Hello, yes, welcome. Welcome, Raiders. Give me 1 sec. Wait. Okay, I can hit him from here. I would love to fight him normally, but he's just not really coming over here. Well, I appreciate the support, Rix. Oh! Nope, I got clipped by the thing. Alright, I could kill it, but it takes a long time. So I don't know if it's worth it. Okay, fine. Fine. We won't do that. Oh, we have 3 memory shards now. Okay, so we have a bunch more power. What can we do? We'll take this one, and we'll take this one. Oh, we have one more, so we'll take this one as well. And then we will fuel this, and we will go back to the other place we had to go to. So what were you playing, Rix? It's been a while since we've chatted. Besides, like, the beginning of this stream, obviously. Okay. So, there is something I need to check, because, I noticed the picked woman did not talk to me when I left the Knight's Shrine. Or the Knight's Tomb, and so I need to go check that. Just rest until the day. Rainbow Six Siege. My brother actually plays that quite a bit. I have not played it personally, but I've heard it's good. Too many games and not enough time. Okay, here we go. So somehow, she did not talk to us when we left here, but we definitely got the summon. So is it because we didn't go both ways? Oh. Oh. You had the chisel.
It is you. I wasn't expecting such a grandiose visit, my king. And I see that you were brought here by some lad. That's kind of you, stranger. But you'll have to pardon the mess. These halls ain't fit to welcome a king, nor the one who bears him within.
Kratos. Yeah, I guess he does kind of look like Kratos. It's fun. I was playing custom games with friends. I honestly, like, most games are more fun if you're just playing with friends anyway, so I get it. Either way, and a good game is even more fun with friends. Who are you?
Ah, right. Sometimes I forget that not everything's as clear as it once was. Truth be told, I tend to lose sight of a few important things myself. But to the point, my name is Gavonin. I'm a craftsman, a blacksmith, and the keeper of this place. The pleasure is mine, kind lad. And your grace, of course.
What is this place?
This, kind lad, is the tomb of the knight who never came. There was once a grim legend that claimed this tomb was built out of fear. Fear of an ancient curse Morgana cast upon Arthur. She foretold that all the great knights who were denied the king's favor and honors would rise at the end of days as an army of the dead. They would march on Camelot, seize the capital, shatter the Round Table to dust, defile the royal relics, and from the ruins, forge a kingdom of their own. But those are just stories from the old days.
I mean, that is kind of what I'm doing now, though. How do you know that I carry the king?
This tomb opens only for 2 kinds of brave souls. Knights who were never granted a seat at the Round Table, and the king himself. I've been sitting here long enough to know what kind of knight visits the tomb. And your visit is unlike any other.
That's very kind of you. Are you able to leave here?
No. I would cease to be. I'm bound here by an oath I made to his grace. The one who now dwells within you, but is perfectly fine. It is my home, and so it shall remain for all time.
Okay. You mentioned that you're a craftsman, blacksmith, and a keeper of this place. What does that mean?
Anyone who finds their way here usually comes seeking eternal rest. And rest like that calls for a proper gravestone. I carve each one with my own chisel. They also bring battle-scarred equipment. My hammer mends what needs mending, so it will serve them well in the land of the dead. And the dead? Well, they need a keeper. Someone to watch over them when unrest stirs. Believe me, those who chase glory in life don't always lie in peace.
Oh, very cool. Do you need any help?
Really kind of you, lad, but no. Or, well, maybe there is something. You see, I once made a habit of carving gravestones in advance, so that any knight arriving here could choose the one beneath which they'd rest for eternity. Unfortunately, I've misplaced my chisel. It slipped and fell all the way into the depths. Clang, clang, clang. If you could find it, I would be most grateful.
Well, I did already find it. What about those who do not rest in peace?
If we do not speak of them, then we won't stir their slumber. The dead prefer silence. Best not to call their names.
Fair point. Let's see. So you're saying that nobody has visited the tomb?
Aye. Fewer nights these days, and even less knighthood to speak of. No wonder that so few of them come. Such are the times we live in.
Fair enough. I did find your chisel.
You did? I was starting to fear that one day I'd have to descend to the lower levels myself. I try not to go that deep. Makes me drowsy. Sometimes I feel like lying down in one of the empty tombs myself. Thank you. It is a great honor to receive aid from the king and his companion. Here, take this. I hope you both will find it useful.
Also, I met the ghost of Servast. He said that there was one empty grave for me.
Ah, Servast still lingers then. I'm not surprised. Some knights wear death like a cloak, and even the grave forgets to close behind them. As for the empty grave, every soul that walks this tomb finds their name carved somewhere. It doesn't mean the end is near. Only that the place remembers who you are, even if you forget. When the body finally rests in the grave, the epitaph completes itself.
Okay, fair enough. Also, you're a shop. What do you have?
Hope you find something worth your time.
What do you have? So, physical attacks regenerate 5% of the damage dealt to mana. That's really good if you're a spellcaster. Doing like a sword and spell playthrough. So, weapon now applies burning and chill. Okay. Increases movement speed multiplied by 5%. Okay, alright. Well, I'll buy these because they seem useful. I mean, I guess I have so much... I don't really... well, I guess the main thing that I use money for at this point is to upgrade things, so... let's just sell some of the stuff I'm not going to use. We're not going to use... We're never going to use this. Kramer's S-Stock is really good against the weird stalkers. We don't need that. We don't need that. We really don't need that either. Need that. It's cool, but we don't need it. Also cool, but we don't need it. No. We'll keep this thing because this might be useful. We'll sell these as well. This does not seem good at all. I don't think... Well, okay, maybe it is, but the problem is that, like, I have so many other things that do more than this that taking a damage for a bleed does not seem that good. But we'll put it up because maybe it'll be useful for something. Butcher's Tool, not that useful. We get a lot of health just from hitting enemies. Galahad's Mace is really good. Giant's Grudge we'll hold on to because it's a neat item, but we don't need to actually use it. Dash attacks have a chance to stun. No, thank you. Increase crit damage by 50%. Critical hits have a chance to break the blade, losing all bonuses. Blade automatically regenerates sometime. That is terrible. That weapon is actually terrible because we have... Why would we ever use this whenever we could use this that is going to do more damage? Oh, I guess the stamina cost is much higher on Galahad's Maze. Whatever. We're not going to use that. Normal attacks burn the target. Heavy attacks have a chance to slow it. That's cool. We're not going to use it. 50 stamina after killing an enemy. This is just the upgraded version of the sword that we already have. Red Death Shield. Smelter's Heart's kind of neat. Okay. Do we have any armor we want to get rid of? Not really. I guess we could sell some of these things that we're not going to use, so... sell all the garbage. Okay. Alright. So, we haven't changed our rings in a while, so we're using a 5% boost to physical damage, which is less valuable than it used to be, actually, because we have so many other boosts. And a 5% attack speed boost, which is still good. So, Band of Resurgence might be useful here. Regeneration's okay. Incoming damage reduction, but incoming healing reduction is not good. Well, it's good, but not for me specifically. So this might be good for a build that stacks a bunch of health and uses the buffs that are like does stuff until you get healed, because you don't want to get healed anyway. You just want to reduce as much damage as possible. Poison damage. Okay, we'll swap to the Resurgence ring, but otherwise, like, there's not really a reason to use any of the other ones. They're all good, but you know, we don't really need them. I think that the Lifeblood Sapphire is going to be the best option. It's just so good. Like these are good, don't get me wrong. Like, using the Allmother's amulet would be nice, but an extra 7% healing is pretty big. Okay, so we've now officially turned in everything. Now, if we go back up, does that mean that we are done with this dungeon? How do we get out of here? Ow. Did we escape? Oh, here we go. Aha! Yeah, okay, so we didn't need her.
It is done. Now everything rests in your hands. Their souls and the fate of Avalon.
What do you mean?
There is. But before I explain, understand this. I haven't lied to you. What we've done has helped. Those tormented souls and Avalon itself. But it's not the whole story. Arthur and his kings still need to be released into the Wordness. I can make that happen. Not yet. But it's a choice you'll have to face when the time comes.
Oh. Okay. Released into the Wordness. So, is she implying that we might be able to stop the Weirdness by letting it consume Arthur and his knights? Because maybe that's what the Weirdness was trying to do the whole time? What happens if I choose not to?
Nothing. Avalon will go on as it always has. But ask yourself, is that the right path? Should people live in fear of the Wordness, generation after generation? Should they carry on, haunted by an incomprehensible threat? Or should they be allowed to embrace it, to become part of it, without fear?
I see. So you want everyone to be like the Picts?
No. I want them to be more.
Ooh.
My people may be close to the Wordness, but even we aren't immune to its more violent moods. What I want is for the people of Avalon to embrace the Wordness, and for it to embrace them in return.
Okay. How would that work, though?
Arthur and his knights are the pillars of humanity in Avalon, and His Majesty's soul is unique. Part human, part Four-Dweller. It's the best combination we could hope for, if we want to survive here. Releasing their souls into the Wordness would leave a permanent mark of humanity on this land. The Wordness wouldn't see us as intruders anymore, but as part of itself. Arthur and his knights worked tirelessly to make Avalon ours. This is their chance to finish what they started.
Okay. I'll think about it.
Thank you. That's all I ask. And before you go, there's one last thing I'd like to do. I hereby welcome you as a full member of the Royal Geographers. May you carry the legacy of Iryu the Farstrider and Eleanor Dunn. May your paths be clear, your burdens light, and may Avalon remember your name. Farewell, traveler. I hope our paths cross again.
Oh. Okay. I know we just hit an ad break, but wow. Okay, we'll discuss that in a sec. I am gonna take this opportunity to go run to the bathroom real quick, so I will be right back. All right, I'm back. So, is there a way to see if we've actually cleared these things? No, I guess not. Because when I was first doing these, I thought they were like, you know, temporary buffs, not a permanent buff. All right. So we need to go and we need to get to the Weaver's Sanctum again. I want to roll a Wuggo in Mop Classic, but man, the females do not look good. I wish they'd use the updated models in Classic. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. Like classic WoW did have an appeal to the visual of it, and like there's something nostalgic about it. But like the model update was very good. Oh, quick save and just jump from here. And in particular, the Worgen benefited greatly from their visual update, because they definitely looked a lot better after the fact. Okay, so we can actually enter here now. So here we go. Now we get to find out what this is. Also, yeah, the human model is linked to the Worgen model, which does suck. Okay. Some strong health potions. Me thinks this is going to be a boss fight. Wow, it's so pretty though. In a, like, creepy sort of way, but it is pretty. Maybe pretty's not the word. It's like... It's beautiful in a haunting way. Because there's, like, stuff growing out of all of the, like, ruins. Unsettling.
Oh, little prince. Oh? The fall. It is already here.
What?
Step further and see for yourself.
What do you mean the fall is already here? What are you talking about?
And so you have arrived. I look at you and I feel what you humans call resentment and bitterness.
Oh? What happened?
Lies and lost purpose. That is what happened. The Pale Lady managed to create places full of accumulated weirdness. I thought that those were gifts from her. For all those centuries we spent together. A vote of thanks for creating you. But no. After our second meeting, I grasped from the very beginning I was used. All my attempts to weave a new Foredweller. How utterly meaningless it all was.
Okay. Where are we?
A place that was once my workshop. I spent decades here unraveling the secrets of threads of the weirdness. Eventually, I learned enough about the structure of pure potential to weave life itself. Before that, my kin emerged from the depths of Tuathan, born out of the chaos. We couldn't control that. You, my prince, were my greatest pride. The most beautiful creation I ever wove.
Do you bear a grudge towards me?
Yes, it consumes me entirely. I feel like I want you to die. I regret creating you. I regret that you lived and still live. I regret that your death, Prince, was not final. Regret. Regret, regret. So much regret.
I may not be responsible for his fate, but I do feel sorry for him, so I am sorry that you feel this way.
If you had never come to be, or if the Pale Lady had not desired to have you, none of this would have come to pass. She looked at the humans and wished to be like them. She wanted to be a mother. You too. Everything that has happened over the last 6 centuries, it is all because of you. It has to end.
Ooh. You had the tools to change something and you did nothing. That's kind of cold, because I feel like he didn't realize what was happening. Accepted as it is, the world is ruled by forces far greater than us. I didn't choose any of this either. Yeah, like, I am just the vessel. You're taking it out on the vessel of the king. So I didn't choose any of this.
Your body, your soul, both were bent to carry more than one life, and you chose to keep living. You took it all upon yourself, accepted the burden and claimed the responsibility. Those who carry within yourself have had too great an influence on this world, and you'll be held accountable alongside them. This ends here and now. I'm deeply sorry it has come to this.
I see. Oh, you are... Unfortunately, I'm very strong. Oh. Oh. Knocked him out of his stealth. Is that it? Yeah, unfortunately, we are very strong. Oh. Triskelion core. Your max health is equal to your max stamina. Your max stamina is equal to your max mana. Your max mana is equal to your max health. Interesting. Okay, so out of curiosity, 255, 36, 129. So let's just say I put this on. No. That is interesting. So what I thought it might do is I thought it might make all of your stats the same. But what it does instead is it just rotates which pieces are what. Interesting. So it made my mana equal to my health bar instead, which is huge. So I guess if I ever wanted to be a spellcaster, I could by doing that. I'd still need the points though. We also got the quest item, which was called Four Dweller's Life Spindle. The tool the Weaver once used to shape new Four Dweller's life. In the right hands, it holds great power. Okay. So we have now explored all the tombs, and we have found the Weaver. And as I understand it, that is all that we need to find the true ending. And it sounds like the true ending is going to be that we use the soul of Arthur and his knights to, I guess, fix the weirdness? I guess let's fix the weirdness and more have the weirdness acknowledge humans as being part of it rather than something that needs to be, like, snuffed out. Okay. All right, so the question is, do we need to do anything else? Well, let's bring the Ice Weaver brain just because we have it. So let's finish that quest. I think it's, yeah, it's up there. You have anything else to say, buddy?
So tell me, what's happening in the wider world?
I don't have anything else to tell you. Unfortunately. Alright, let's see if this actually worked. So this guy was trying to make armor that repels the weirdness.
Speak quickly.
Okay. Here's the brain that you were looking for. Can you finish the armor?
I'll try, but I doubt it'll change anything. The other components you brought refuse to work together. Maybe I've been fooling myself. If this armor could truly be made, Someone more skilled than me would have sung it into being by now.
No, don't be so hard on yourself.
Brain might tie it all together, but I'm afraid it's like forcing pieces that were never meant to fit.
The Stone Warden Brotherhood is just that, a brotherhood. You're more than its member.
That's kind of you. But I'm no husband, no father. Not even a father. My work is my life. May the weirdness claim me if I die anywhere other than the forge or the battlefield. Still, you may be right. I'm a damn good smith and a decent enough warrior. I'll serve the tribe well, one way or another. Before you go, take this. You'll find use for it out there. Thank you again. For everything.
Okay.
Walk with Sir.
I guess we'll see if this works. Is he actually going to go do it now? No, okay, he's just going back to his idling. Oh well. What did he give us? So the Ashen Veil stuff was stuff we had gotten from something else. Right? Or did I miss it and that's what we actually got? Maybe that is what we got. Well, either way. Okay, so I would like to use your grindstone. Because I am wearing this armor. So are we willing to replace this egg? Well, I am willing to take this one off and replace it with something else. I don't know. Let's say... Let's just give it the Feral Charm. Because we actually have a weaker one on this. So we'll swap this one for the 15% one. No, that was 10%. There we go. So that's another 5% increased damage. We could make it burning. I don't think we need to. Dashes regenerate faster. I feel like we could give up this encumbrance limit one and replace it with plus 10% more incoming healing. Sounds good. Yeah, I think everything else is fine. So, oh, and what do we have on our cloak? On our cloak, we have another ruby shell and vengeful spike. So can we swap the vengeful spike for something else? Gambit scale. So increases your dash invincibility window by 0.02 seconds. Receiving damage has a 25% chance to lower your movement speed by half for 3 seconds. Absolutely not. That is terrible. No, we'll just leave the vengeful spike in. And then can we upgrade our weapon any further? We can. We could upgrade it again, but I don't have the money. So this is as strong as we're going to be. Alright, so I don't know if there's any kind of, like, epic boss fight or anything that we have to do. This. It's a question mark. What is this thing? Before I jump down here. Ooh. Requires Stone Warden's Song. Oh, okay. That must be an area that we have to go to for a different thing. Okay. Well, we had a few things that we could do, but I think it is high time that we go find Caradoc. We need to put this on even terrain. Okay, so it wants us to go here. Did we talk to you?
Hey, you there. Non Rita. Spare a moment, will you? Good to see you, stranger. Not many souls pass through these lands anymore.
I see. What happened to you?
A weird night hit, and I ran out of cobweb. Nothing to worry about. I've suffered worse back in the day. I'm Kedrun of the Volker tribe, by the way. And you're clearly not from around here. What brings you to our humble homeland? Just don't tell me you're a Camelosian spy. I'll fight you if I have to, but I prefer to get my strength back first.
I'm not from Camelot, but I am looking for King Arthur's artifacts.
We've got one of those all right. His famous crown, blasted thing. They say he gave it to our ancestors as a sign of gratitude. I say that's bullshit. The crown was used to command giants, and only Arthur could wear it. By giving it to us, he sent a message. Behave, or I'll return and send the giants to devour you. A warning, not a gift. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
I mean, that was an option.
Already here, and I need some time to pull myself together. How about doing me a favor? And to answer the question you haven't asked yet, yes, there's something in it for you. Like not being killed by my Dalrita kin the second they see your face.
Oh. Well, that's, This statement has a very different context now that I have reunited all of the tribes together under one banner to do war against Camelot. Well, sir, sounds like an offer I just can't refuse.
Oh, you could, but you wouldn't get far. That much I'm sure of.
You keep telling yourself that.
Gerfan and inform him of my situation. I can't complete the task he gave me. He's also the one who can grant you safe passage through our lands. Without it, things might turn bloody real quick.
Okay, well, I've already met him.
So, you're a real wanderer then. And here I thought this was your first time in the Forlorn Swords. You've seen a thing or two, and you've met Garth. That means you've crossed paths with a piece of our history. That man and the capital, they're both relics, if you know what I mean. How's the old wolf doing? No, don't tell me. I'll find out for myself sooner or later.
Okay, fair enough. You sure you don't need any help, buddy?
Nah, I'll be fine. Just make sure Gerfan knows where I am. Don't keep him waiting. Sure, no need to gossip. Though I'll admit, it was nice talking to someone outside the tribes who isn't some screaming Camelosian scum.
I mean, I guess it wouldn't hurt to check in at the capital for this guy. Just so we can let him know, like, oh, by the way, your guy is still alive. Hey, Gerfan. Kurgan sent me to tell you that he won't be able to finish his task.
So, looks like fate itself decided to push you my way. That has to mean something. But Kedrun, that's grim news. He may be blunt as a broken axe, but he's loyal as they come. If he sent a non-Rida in his place, then he knew he was dying, and he chose duty over pride. I won't let that go to waste, and neither will you. Truth is, I'd sent him to do the very same task I've just...
Okay, well... I'm just gonna skip that dialogue, because it was definitely not written for the line of dialogue that we went through already. Very sequence broken there. I guess we were... So he was supposed to just talk to us when we walked through here, but we didn't walk through here before. and I was avoiding him when we came here the last time. Because I imagine what's supposed to happen is you're supposed to walk here, and when you're here, it automatically triggers and you have to talk to him. But because I was here and I just ran straight for the door, I never saw him. But yeah, like, hey, I want you to reunite the tribes and, you know, have the moot happen and all this stuff. Is like, oh, I heard you did that. Okay. So where? Here. So the area we haven't been to yet, all the way over here. Do we finally have enough Marigas shells for this? Morbid curiosity. Oh, hi, Kirko. Here, we have not done anything for you in a while here. Pet. Good boy? I'm gonna say boy. Oh yeah, we have pocket sand. I forgot about that. Okay, so I need... Do I have any other... Give me all of the Marigas shells, by God. Alright, let's check the bookstore and see if she has any of the books that I have not bought.
Before you ask.
Okay. Beautiful Leon in the Chamber of Ecstasy. Okay, so do we have that one? Oh, did we not buy them on this one? Okay, we definitely want to buy them. I think. Let me see. No, I think we hadn't actually bought them.
Welcome.
Okay, well, we definitely want this one and this one. Okay, so we currently have Beautiful Liliana and the Forbidden Pleasure, Beautiful Liliana in the Chamber of Ecstasy, Beautiful Liliana in the Dal Rita Captivity, and that's it. So I see there's a bunch on this wall that you are not willing to give me. Really, I want them. I would love to pay you for them, but they're not in your inventory. The Lustful Marquis Volume 2, Dungeons of Perversion. I did all of that for you, and you don't actually have Beautiful Liliana in the Dal Rita Captivity, which you already have. Alright, well, our quest to find all the books is for naught, because we'd have to steal those, and I don't think we're going to be able to steal them from her. So we could try and wait until the middle of the night? Can I survive this? Find out. I can, just barely.
What is it now?
Here. Oh my god, I still don't have enough shells. I don't have enough shells because I didn't loot those things that had shells. Ah, okay, fuck it. Okay, that's fine. Fine, I'm not mad. This is fine. Okay, so let's set up a bonfire near her house.
Oh, hello there.
Bonfire, rest until nightfall. Let's do until after midnight. All right. Please let me just take the books. I would happily pay you for them, but I can't. Okay. Let's wait another hour. Does she never go to bed? Does she never go to bed? How are we supposed to get those books? Because the thing is, I haven't seen those books anywhere else. I haven't seen another vendor who sells books. Okay, let's wait until 5. Oh my god. Truly. Okay, well. Well, that sucks. Like, there must be some way to get it, and I just don't know what it is. Like, maybe we have to do something and she resupplies, but that is a shame. Okay, well, let's make our way to the end of the game, I assume. Ooh. I just got a notification of something on my OBS, but it did not trigger anything else. That was weird. Hey guys, how's it going? Previously I didn't want to come over here because I was very intimidated by all these weird spawn, but I'm a lot less intimidated by them now. In fact, they're pretty easy to kill now. Alright, Caradoc. Where are you? I know you wanted to kill Arthur, but I actually have a, you know, option B, which would be nice. How do we drop down? I don't know if this is the way we're supposed to go, but the way I'm going. Hey, we got a level up. The Wicker Man. Oh, this is where they burned all the druids. Because they built a giant Wicker Man and put the druids in it. Which is pretty fucked up, by the way. We never really addressed that, but they put all of the druids in there and then they burned them alive. I keep getting a mine option. Oh, mine meteorite. Well, sure, I guess. I guess that's fine. Ah, here we go. Let's activate all of these. Alright, Caradoc. Where are you? Oh, you subscribed. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Rix. I don't know why it didn't tell me that you subscribed. Well, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. I need to figure out why my Twitch thing did. Yeah, so this is what's weird. It told me that a sub goal was halfway to being met, but it did not tell me that someone had subscribed, which is weird. Oops. All right. Oh, we can't. Okay, so let's save the game. Oh, apparently this is the autosave, so we'll just save over this autosave. Oh, wait, no. Save right here. All right.
So, you finally made it. Took you long enough. I hope you're ready, because this is it. The beginning of the end.
What is this place?
This is the Charred Conclave, a graveyard for druids, burned alive as scapegoats for the Red Death. It's a reminder of what happens when people fear what they don't understand.
Okay. Why are you waiting here?
To greet you. I was once where you are now. A knight with questions, searching for answers. That search led me to this place. And here I found my answers. Now it's your turn.
What can I expect?
Well, first, you're going to meet my former employer. We don't see eye to eye anymore, but we both realize that our collaboration yields results, as shown by you being here. He'll try to sugarcoat the hard truths I've been telling you from the beginning, spin them differently. Never mind. Why waste time here talking about it when you're just a step from the end? It's best if you just go forth and see for yourself.
Okay, well, I'd like to know more about the Charred Conclave. So what do the druids do? It sounds like you just blame them for the Red Death, but were they doing something that led them to think that was true?
They spoke out. They should have stayed silent, kept to their herbs and potions, but they didn't. They believed their ancient knowledge, ugly and painful truths from times long past, could save Avalon from the plague. And maybe they were right. But people don't want the truth when it's covered in blood.
Are you going to be playing Hades 2 at some point, or Hades 1? I can't remember if you like roguelikes. I really enjoy roguelikes, and I would actually love to do a playthrough of Hades 1 and Hades 2. I started playing Hades 1, and I think I unlocked all of the weapons, and I never actually finished the game, as I had other stuff going on and ended up having other games to play. So I would want to go back and play that one and then play Hades 2, but Hades 2 is definitely on my list of things to play. It definitely looks really good. I love to support developers that deliver like they do. I think that they are honestly, of the devs I've seen grow, I think they're one of my favorites. You put Hades on your list. I do think it is really good. I will say that the control scheme can be a little weird for some people, because it is kind of like a isometric, like top-down camera, and some people have a hard time with that. But I do enjoy it quite a lot. And just the character development in the game is so good, and the art style is beautiful. I would love to commission a version of myself as like in the style of the Hades art style. They're all so hot. Yeah, I've definitely heard people who joke that, oh, my sexuality is the cast of Hades. Let's see. Ugly and painful truths. What do you mean?
Cruel rituals, sacrifices, hard choices in search of real results. They called it wisdom, knowledge gleaned from the weirdness itself. But to the people, everything they did was unnatural, costly, and frightening. The druids believed their results would justify the costs. They thought Avalon would see them as saviors. But the people didn't understand, and fear turned to fire.
I see. So they were trying to help and they were punished for it.
The Red Church and their politicians made sure of that. The druids became a convenient enemy, a way to shift the blame and tighten their grip on power. It's always so simple, so banal, isn't it?
That one cuts a bit close to home. I saw the graveyard above. Where are we now?
Well, death doesn't always mean an ending. It was a sacrifice so costly, so cruel, so pointless, that it tore a rift in the fabric of this world. An ultimate wound. And so you're the closest you'll ever come to seeing the true shape of this world.
I see. All right, well, I guess I'll go in.
Just remember, this is the point of no return. Once you step through, there's no going back. But if you've come this far, I suppose you already knew that. Go on. He's waiting for you.
So is there any way to leave if I want to leave? Can I place a bonfire? Cannot place a bonfire here. Welp. We have an attribute and a skill point that we can't use, so oh well. So I can put one here. Can it be placed here? Nope. Is it Merlin?
At last we meet. I've heard much about you. Your choices, your determination. Caradoc isn't easily
Oh no, it wasn't
impressed.
Merlin, that's right.
He was impressed with you. Few dare to seek the truth buried in Avalon's shadows. Fewer still make it this far. I was the first. Caradoc followed when my brethren burned and the tear opened. And now, here you are. A truly rare and joyful occasion.
Okay, so this guy, by the sounds of it, is a druid. Who are you?
Oh, forgive my lack of manners. I am Orin, the last apprentice of Merlin.
Right, he was the one we saw the illusions of.
Avalon. I've carried the weight of this land's secrets longer than I care to admit. But names mean little. What matters is the task before us.
What is this place?
What lingers here? It's older than Avalon. Older than anything we know. What you see is the beginning of weirdness itself. Its purest form. Raw potential. Unshaped by anything but its lack of boundaries and limits. Beautiful, isn't it?
In a weird sort of way, yes. What do you want from me?
Oh, precisely the opposite of what Caradoc wants. I want you to help me resurrect King Arthur. Properly this time.
Okay, so he wants to kill him, and you want to resurrect him.
Ridiculous, I know. But yes, that's what it boils down to. At some point, we stopped seeing eye to eye and chose different paths. Ultimately, though, both our paths led to you.
Okay. How?
Yes, please let me explain. By the end of his life, Arthur became obsessed with his legacy. He left mementos, artifacts that embodied the virtues he wanted Avalon to preserve. Excalibur, a symbol of loyalty and sacrifice. The crown of Pendragon, a beacon of courage and resilience. The shield of Polymedes, wisdom and independence. But Merlin and the others didn't believe that would be enough. The memory of war and the fragility of peace was still too fresh. So they acted. When the king died, his soul wasn't allowed to move on. It was shattered, bound to those artifacts. A clever solution, but ultimately flawed.
Okay, but why would they divide the soul?
They feared losing what Arthur represented more than losing Arthur himself. They thought the king's essence would endure if bound to his relics.
Okay. What was flawed about the process?
You can't pick and choose with a soul, but that's exactly what Merlin did. He focused on 3 parts of Arthur: his strength, wisdom, and courage. He left out 2 pieces. One, tainted by the Four Dwellers' magic, was deemed too dangerous. The other was his humanity, the most fragile part. Merlin thought compassion and doubt were weaknesses, unfit for a king. Without them, Arthur became hollow. A king with power, but no heart. That way, Avalon's greatest failure was born.
I see. Didn't anyone try to resurrect Arthur as a whole then?
I tried. And I found his humanity. It's here, bound, kept safe. But the Four Dwellers' aspects was left to drift, untethered between worlds. Finding it needed more than magic. It needed someone like you.
Are his lips sewn shut? I can't quite tell from here. Me?
The horrors you endured on that island gave you something no one else has. You can move through the weirdness, touch it, and return whole. That's why you found the king's soul, bound it to yourself, and came back.
Okay. So you're saying that everything that I went through was part of your plan?
You flatter me. No, I couldn't have predicted all of that. I merely nudged the Red Church in the right direction and asked Caradoc to assist where I couldn't. I can see you're still doubting me.
I mean, it's pretty fucked up because, like, a lot of people have suffered a lot because of, like, what is effectively a gamble to bring the king back. What's your end game?
I want to bring back our king, whole and complete. I want him to lead again and safeguard Avalon's future.
Okay, but what if he wasn't the king that he needed to be? Why do you want this so much?
Because I've seen what happens without him. Weirdness preys on the weak, and the people are too divided to stand against it alone. Arthur is their only hope. Ever they're left without him, without guidance, chaos takes hold. Division festers. You've seen it during your journeys. If things continue this way, Avalon will tear itself apart long before weirdness finishes the job.
Okay, well, what if you're wrong, and what if unity isn't enough?
Then Avalon falls, and with it, everything we fought to protect. But I don't believe I'm wrong. Help me bring the king back, whole and complete. That's all I ask of you. Now you need to go further. I made my case. Please keep in mind what I told you. This is the only way for Avalon to survive.
Okay. Follow the path and choose what must be. Whoa, the fuck is that? Excuse me? What the fuck is that? It's not a boss I have to fight, I hope. Alright. Alright, where are we? Can I place my bonfire? No, I cannot. Alright, Caradoc.
I was there when it all began, when Arthur first set foot on Avalon. I was a knight in his army. We believed in him, in his dream, in his kingdom. And for a while, it was glorious. Every battle felt like a step closer to peace. Every sacrifice justified by the dream we shared. But then came the cost. The war crimes, the impossible decisions, the massacres, slaughters, and irrational cruelty. We turned from knights into butchers, all because his dream demanded it of us. At first I told myself it was necessary, that it was the price of building something great. But the longer it went on, the harder it was to believe. That's when I realized Arthur wasn't a god, a savior, or a king. He was just another man, no different from the rest of us. And no man should have the power to demand such sacrifices.
And you want to kill him once and for all. I've heard that.
But do you understand why I want it so much?
Not really. I mean, I guess you feel betrayed, like, at the end of the day, because you feel like everything was for nothing.
I'd like to believe that after 600 years I've moved past pettiness. You need to understand that people thought, and still think, that he was more than human. But he wasn't. He made mistakes, just like any man. And the cost of those mistakes was always paid for by others. I've seen what happens when people cling to kings and myths. They wait, they follow, they waste their lives on promises that never meant anything. But that's not my problem. I'm not here to fix Avalon or to free anyone. What comes after doesn't matter. Let it all burn, let it rot, let it rebuild. I won't be here to see it.
Okay. Even if you destroy Arthur, the Round Table can just crown someone new and replace him. You think the people can stand on their own against the weirdness of the monsters. You won't be able to face adversity without guidance and leadership. Isn't that just chaos waiting to happen? And what if your way leads directly to people's falls and demise? The thing is, like, most of these statements aren't really going to be compelling him because he has already made it clear that he doesn't care. Well, so what if your way leads directly to people dying?
Then let it. If this world can't stand without a dead king propping it up, maybe it deserves to fall.
He makes a solid point. Oh, I guess I get all the options. Even if you destroy Arthur, the Round Table can just crown a new king.
Arthur's the only myth that still holds weight. And when he's gone, the rest will rot with him. A puppet king, another empty throne, none of it will last. Maybe they'll keep pretending for a while. Maybe they won't.
Okay. Do you think people can stand against their own, against the weirdness and the monsters?
Let them stand, let them fall. It's not my concern. If the weirdness takes them, so be it. At least it won't be another king's failure. Another lie propping up a dying world. It'll just be what it is.
I see. This last one's the least compelling to me, but you want people to face adversity without guidance and leadership? Isn't that just chaos waiting to happen?
Call it chaos, call it freedom, I don't care. Let them rise, let them fall. Let them tear each other apart. I just want to watch it all come down. To see the last lie collapse under its own weight. What comes after? That's for the ones still standing to figure out. I've lived longer than any man should. Seen more than anyone should ever bear. And I've waited centuries for this moment, this chance, to end it all. To end him.
Okay, so Orin made the case that the people need Arthur, that they can't face the weirdness alone. Orin believes this resurrection will be different. He says it's the only way to save Avalon. No, I'm not convinced by Orin, but I'm saying you want to throw away Avalon's only hope, just like that.
Arthur isn't Avalon's hope. He's its curse. He's the chain that keeps it bound to the past, dragging it down no matter how far it tries to climb. We were fools to tamper with forces we didn't understand. Resurrecting Arthur, infusing him with powers of the weirdness. We didn't just bend the natural laws, we shattered them. Such violations of nature's order cannot go unanswered. The bill comes due, sooner or later. Always. This cannot be allowed to continue. Listen, it's taken longer than I ever imagined, but now, here we are. You've done what no one else could, what even I couldn't do. You've brought Arthur's soul back together, almost complete, but not quite. And because of you, I can finally finish what I started centuries ago. So, thank you for bringing us to this moment. You're close now. Just one more step. The last fragment of Arthur's soul is waiting for you. Complete what you came here for. And then, we'll meet again. As allies, or as enemies. That's up to you. Go. Find the last piece, and let's end this. Whatever comes next, I'll be ready. I hope you will be too.
Okay. I could attack him, but I'm not going to. Through the portal we go. Ooh. Where are we? We still can't place the bonfire. Oh, is this just Arthur the man? Okay, I do see that there is an ad break coming, and I want to save those snoozes because I want to not be interrupted if there's like cutscenes and stuff at the end. So I'm gonna go ahead and run the ads right now. I'm gonna go refill my water, and then we will come back and we'll just power through the rest of this. So I will be right back. All right, I'm back. I'm back, and I see the ads will be done shortly. So it's a shame I can't put up a bonfire because I would like to spend this last perk point. But can I look around here? Is there anything pretty here? Butterflies. That's cute. Okay, well, I guess we talk to who I assume that this is King Arthur, so it's Arthur? Hob.
You've come. The one who carries what's left of me. Please, don't come any closer. Don't force me to think about coming back again. Just let me finally die.
I didn't expect that. Why do you want to die?
Because I've had enough. Enough of being torn apart and stitched back together. Enough of being used, shaped, and forced to be something I'm not. Do you know what it is like to be a king of nothing? To see the people you swore to protect suffer because of your choices? Or worse, in your name. I've seen towns burnt to the ground, families destroyed, all because someone thought it would serve the greater good. And they called it loyalty. They called it justice. I've been dragged through every dream, every lie they've built around me. And I'm tired. Tired of the weight, of the expectations, of all of it. And most of all, I'm tired of failing.
Oh, that is a very human response. I could ask, about Orin's plan and that he's trying to bring him back. I could ask about Caradoc, who is wanting to destroy him. But I want to know, what do you want? What is it in death that you want?
I want release. I want to stop being a tool in their endless struggle. Kill me. Destroy the last piece of me and use the energy however you wish. Take it yourself and become the new king. Give it to someone else. I don't care. Just don't let me come back again.
Ooh, okay, so we do have to ask him about the other stuff. So, what about Orin? He's trying to bring you back. He's been trying to bring you back this whole time.
Orin wants a king, not me. He doesn't see the broken man behind the myth. He sees a symbol, a weapon to wield against the weirdness. But symbols aren't people. They're empty. And the more they're used, the more they hollow out the one who carries them. That's all I've ever been to Orin and the Druids. Do you know what it's like to be a weapon? To be forged, sharpened, and thrown at every problem?
And what of Caradoc? He wants to destroy you forever.
He thinks ending me will free Avalon. But what then? Without an idea, a light to guide them, they'll stumble, lose their way, and turn on each other. People always seek something to follow, something to believe in. Take that away, and they'll tear each other apart trying to find it. Or worse, build something even crueler in its place. Let me die. Not as Arthur, not as the king, just as a simple, normal human being.
So, you're the human part of Arthur's soul. Without you, he can't be whole. Do you care what happens next with your kingdom? And you've been through a lot, but there has to be another way that doesn't involve your ultimate death. So I do think that reunifying Arthur's soul is the solution. And so you have to be a part of this. Like, you're the human part of his soul. He can't be whole if you're not a part of him.
Isn't that what you've been doing all along? Carrying what's left of him? You've already taken up the humanity I was meant to represent. Doesn't that prove Arthur doesn't need me anymore?
Don't you care what happens next with your kingdom?
I don't care. Do you know how freeing that is, to finally not care what happens next? Whether Orin gets his king or Caradoc gets his ruin? To not feel the burden of all my failures? To not see my memory tarnished, my plans, goals, and ambitions dragged through the mud? To not see the suffering my name causes? No more deaths in my shadow. No more kingdoms built on my bones.
Yeah, well, you've been through a lot, but there has to be another way that doesn't involve your death.
Another way? There's always another way, isn't there? Another cycle, another resurrection, another lie to keep the world spinning. But please, not for me. Not anymore. I've had enough. I don't want another chance. I want this to be over. Do what you think is right. That's all I can tell you, because whatever you decide, it will finally be your choice, not mine, not theirs. And that's the only thing I've ever wanted. You hold the choice. I don't care who you side with, Orin, Caradoc, or no one at all. You have all of my soul. Use it. Take it for yourself, or give it to someone else. I don't even want to know. Do what you will with it. Just let me go. Let me finally rest. Let me die. Please.
Oh. Okay. All right. So Okay. I don't know if we're going to talk to him again. I'm going to leave him here and just keep moving on. But man. Oh, creepy bridge. It looks really cool though. You're okay. Hello, Orin. Your lips are sewn shut. Or no, you're wearing a mask that has the lips sewn shut.
Help me bring the king back, whole and complete. That's all I ask of you. Now you need to go further. I made my case. Please keep in mind what I told you. This is the only way for Avalon to survive.
I don't think that's true. I don't think it is the only way for Avalon to survive. Oh, hey, it's the Stagfather.
Go on. He's waiting for you.
Nice to see you.
Okay.
Let me go. Let me finally rest.
Oh, is that the Holy Grail? Ugh. Creepy pedestal. Touch the Grail.
You carried a dying king across the bones of a dying world. Now you stand before what started it all. An idea. I am the reason there must be an ending. I do not guide. I do not judge. I exist so that something can be chosen. I do not offer meaning. I require that one be made. You have brought all things to their conclusion. Now, decide what must remain. Choose, and let the shape of the world follow.
Ooh. Can I ask after each one? So we do have a save that happened before this. So what if I choose Orin's path?
You will vanish into the story you chose to restore.
What if I choose Caradoc's path?
You will break the frame, and what follows will not remember you.
What if I take this soul for myself?
You will be seen. You will be followed. You will be blamed.
What if I give the king's soul to someone else?
You will shape the world to become its witness.
What if I use the life spindle that the Weaver gave me?
He shall find his way home. The tear between the worlds shall close.
Ooh. Okay. So we have to make a choice here. Basically, we have to choose between Orin, Caradoc, myself, or giving it to another person, or using the spindle. The spindle is the true ending. So we're gonna do that one. But I do want to talk about these. So Orin's choice is at its core flawed. Because while King Arthur could come back and could make the kingdom what it once was, it would still only last for as long as he did. And once he died, like, you could replicate this process, but the sacrifice involved in this process was too great. Caradoc's option is probably the one that I would choose normally. Outside of giving it to somebody else, maybe. Because the thing about Caradoc's choice is Caradoc isn't saying... Like, Caradoc doesn't care what happens after the fact, but he also has a point that all of this has happened because of Arthur and all of the sacrifices that have happened. So, in a way, Caradoc has a point. That if the kingdom can only survive with Arthur, maybe the kingdom doesn't deserve to survive because there's so much sacrifice required for Arthur's to remain. If I want to take the soul for myself, that is like the evil ending, or you could evil or good potentially, but again, it only lasts for as long as I do. And then maybe I could give the soul to like some of the leaders, and then it would just be shaped by whatever their personal view is. But the life spindle is the one where we're kind of repairing Arthur's soul and then doing what they wanted to do the whole time, which is make Avalon a place for themselves. So yeah, I want to use the life spindle.
Then the prince will ascend and return to his mother. The heart shall cease its bleeding. Through his ascension, the weirdness will be tamed.
So that'll cure the Red Plague.
No, I won't let this happen. Not again.
Okay, so we have to fight Caradoc. Alright, sorry, Caradoc. Hey, we killed him. Cool, Sal. Alright. Complete the ritual. Touch the grail.
You uncovered the truth buried in the weirdness and used it to return Arthur to where he truly belonged, ending the cycle and securing Avalon's future. The Four-Dweller Mother's heart, no longer bleeding, sealed the wound in the world, and with it, ended the Red Death that had stolen so many lives. And so, the legend of King Arthur began to fade. In its place grew a stronger Avalon, where the weirdness was no longer feared, but understood. With One Eye and Captain Brandon working side by side, the South found a peace it hadn't known in years. The roads stayed open, the fields were guarded, and the people finally felt safe. No longer bound to Camelot or the Knights of the Round Table, it became a land ruled by its own people on its own terms. Because of you, the men here remained and the Kuanacht endured, not just as a place, but as a legacy of quiet defiance and hope. Lord Yvain was remembered as a hero who gathered the wise and set out in search of the Grail, while Kuanacht stood as a peaceful haven amid the weirdness. You awakened the giants, and with them at their side, the Dal Rita conquered Camelot. As the capital fell, the customs of the tribes spread across Avalon. Not everyone welcomed them, but the change had already taken root. Firgas was named the new Galahad the Loyal. With One Eye and Brendan backed by the Dal Rita of the Forlorn Swords, he saw that the South's alliance was strong enough to stand on its own. He urged Camelot to leave the South in peace and turned his attention to securing the rest of Avalon. The captain led the South to independence, breaking all ties with Camelot. Under his rule, the Horns of the South flourished. Merchants, pilgrims, and adventurers returned to the roads, and prosperity once again reached the far corners of the land. One Eye ruled the South, with the Horns of the South at his side. Over time, the Dal Rita of the Fallen Swords rallied to his banner, forging a unified force. With the South secured, he stood in a strong position to launch future conquests across Avalon. Nianta left Kuanacht with Yvain, and her fate remained unknown. Yet among the people she once served, tales of her devotion and courage endured, and her name was remembered with respect. Maggot left Kuanacht alongside Yvain, surprising many who had long considered him harmless and weak. His fate remained unknown, but in time, the people spoke proudly of the last druid, claiming him as one of their own. Urfra left Kuanacht alongside Yvain, despite concerns about his age. His fate remained unknown, but the people admired him for finding purpose at the end of his life, and spoke of him with lasting respect. Ailey turned to the merchants for support, and for a time the hospital prospered. But when they began charging patients for care, she walked away and opened her own small practice, refusing to serve profit over healing. The Volker joined the rest of the Dal Rita without a matron and without Mathar's blessing. Even so, their warriors kept the ferocity they had once been famed for, tempered now by a clarity that left the other tribes uneasy. They were respected, but only barely. For what greater dishonor is there than turning one's back on the goddess who had made them what they were? Ingui turned away from the eternal sleep, choosing life over dreams. In time, she began to rebuild the Thoid among the living, planting the first seeds of a new future for her scattered people. Under Stronna's leadership, the Ulfra found new strength. He rebuilt the tribe and reunited them with the rest of the Dal Rita, restoring their place among the tribes of the Forlorn Swords. With the Stagfather slain and the old bonds broken, Balaam led the Svine towards a new path. He opened the tribe to the other clans of the Dal Rita and guided them to settle in the Mather mines. After returning to Camelot, Killian lived quietly for a time. When he vanished, few asked questions. Unsettling rumors had always followed him, and most preferred not to remember.
Huh. Well, there we go. Oh yeah, so I found out that this was based on a board game. Which who knows? Maybe I'll try and play it sometime. But so yeah, that's the end. I would say that this was a pretty fantastic game. I was genuinely surprised by how much I enjoyed it. I will say that there's a couple of areas where it's kind of you can tell that like they didn't have everything planned out. Like for example, they did the Fallout style ending slides, right? And while that is really cool, and I wish more games would do stuff like that as an epilogue, they didn't account for some of the options that you could have done. So it's really weird that One Eye like united the South and then like eventually reestablished contact with the Dal Rita and the Forlorn Swords, and then like and then he has more conquests on Avalon and is like, you know, prepared to potentially face against the Camelodians. But we sided with the Dal Rita, so the Dal Rita took over Camelot. I do think that those could have been rearranged to make more sense. Because if you'd put all of the Forlorn Sword stuff before the options for the South, then it would have made a little more sense. But I mean, other than that, like I thought it was pretty fun. I enjoyed it. The final boss was very disappointing, given how strong I was. And I think it was just because my build was very good, and at that point I kind of had like gone all in on the like Lancelot set. And I imagine that if you go all in on anything else, it's probably the same. And we also weren't playing on the highest difficulty. It's probably a little harder if you're playing on the highest difficulty. So I do think at some point I will want to do a replay of this, and I'll want to do it with a different build, and maybe, you know, maybe more focus on magic and some of the other stuff that you can do. I do want to do summons, because I like the idea of getting all the knights and summoning all the knights, because it seems like you're not bound by a volume of summons. Because I noticed at one point that one of the dryads summoned 2 things at once. So there probably is a limit, but I think it's potentially based more on your mana than anything. But yeah, I don't know. Gameplay wise, it was really fun. I still think of it as like, it feels like a Skyrim mod, but a very good one at that. Like combat feels very smooth. Everything feels, I don't know, feels pretty good. I do think it's kind of weird that we don't get to go to Camelot. I do feel like I should have gotten to go to Camelot, because they talk about it constantly and the gate to it is there. So I don't know, if it does feel kind of weird that at the end of the game we don't get to go to Camelot. Is this just the end of the credits? You've completed the game. You can now return to the world just before the ending and continue exploring the world of Avalon. If you're ready for a greater challenge, you can start New Game Plus. The world demand more of you. You can also just end your journey and exit the game. Well, let's return for now. Okay. And thus we finish. So, question then: if I put a bonfire down, how do I new game plus from here? Let's just go ahead and spend these points just so we can have them spent. Oh yeah, I was gonna do. You know what? Doesn't matter. So we're just gonna do this one. But yeah, I like the environment of the game is very pretty. I like how the style is, although there's definitely a few areas where I had like a little performance chugging here and there. I think the pacing is kind of weird because it felt like in Kunakt there was a lot more going on than in the Forlorn Sword. Like the Forlorn Swords by comparison feels kind of empty. Because like I didn't go here, but despite not going here and not going all the way down here, I feel like we mostly did everything that we could in these areas. Because, you know, we can't go up higher than this because this is like the edge of the map here. And then there's nothing back here. We did all of this. So like the final zone is the smallest one by far. And it didn't really feel like there was as much stuff to do because like we resolved all the problems of the tribes. And for the most part, it was either travel around and like fight one encounter or solve a quest that's in my own zone. I kind of was expecting, and I think I don't know, I think maybe I was a little bit spoiled by the first one that we went to, which is the Ulfer. Because the Ulfer are like, hey, here's a quest, and you can either do the hard version, which is what this was, of like, hey, do the hard thing, or you can do the easier thing that takes more time and go to all of the different like altars and then get stuff. And I assumed that all the other areas are going to be the same way, where they were like, hey, if you go here, go to all these other zones to make it easier, or otherwise just do this. But no, they all were just self-contained stories, which is fine. But it's weird because this one was the best for what it was, and it like resembled this the best. But yeah, like any complaints that I have are relatively minor compared to like the rest of the game, because the game overall is just very fun. I would recommend it to anybody who enjoys RPGs. The combat is a little bit different than some of the other RPGs I've played, but not in a bad way. I didn't play it in third person. There is a third person option, but I prefer to play it in first person myself. Yeah. Just a good game. Good game overall. Good job, everybody who worked on this. I did thoroughly enjoy the game itself. I thought it was very fun. And I can say that of the RPGs I've played, this one is probably one that I would tote, not to the same degree as Skyrim, but I would definitely recommend people to play it, especially if you ever catch it on sale, because it's one of those games that when playing it, going through it, there were choices that I had to make that I want to go and see what the other option is. I want to know what happens whenever we side with Camelot in the south instead of with One Eye. I want to know like what happens if we take the men here away, because I assume that that's not a good ending for Kunakt. And I actually have multiple things I want to know in the Forlorn Swords area, like what happens if we don't unify the tribes at all? What if we just get good and just defeat the final bosses in the trial for the king? What if we unite the tribes but we don't get anything for it? Because I felt like by the end, the point of uniting the tribes was to get the armor from them, because the armor let you fight the Four Dweller enemies easier. So I think if I was like around level 50 and was like built for it correctly, I don't think I actually need any of the tribes to do that. So I do wonder if we could do like an evil ending where we like, haha, like fuck the tribes and fuck everybody who's not Camelot. We'll just do everything. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe that'll be something we do again. The thing is, I don't know if I'll stream it because as of recording or streaming in this case, this was 9 parts, and I think the total runtime for that is about 45-ish hours, 45 to 50 hours. So that's a lot of time to dedicate to another playthrough where largely like the gameplay is going to be mostly the same. Unless we do like a challenge mode or we play it on like a much higher difficulty or something where you have to learn the combat a lot more. The gameplay is going to be broadly the same, and the story beats are going to be mostly the same because we have to do a lot of the stuff. It's just the ending choices that are different. So I don't know if it's worth doing another full playthrough on stream unless they add like, if they add Camelot as a DLC, I will play it again. I will happily go in and I will side with Camelot and do all the stuff we need to do, and we will actually play Camelot. But I don't know if this game will get DLC. I don't know if Camelot as a content update is on the pipeline at all. I don't know anything about the development of this game besides what I've seen. So anyway, I think that this is a good place to end it on here because I like truly did enjoy this game significantly. In fact, we'll step out and we'll be looking over Kunacht, where we have this lovely view from up here. Look at that. Gorgeous. Glorious. And this is such a good screen to end it on. Oh, perfect. And the music begins. Thank you all for joining me for this experience. It has been truly wonderful. I don't think that this would be my game of the year. There's been too many good releases this year, but I do think that it was a solid game. And sometimes that's all we can really ask for. Thank you for joining me. Have a good day. Have a good evening. Have a good night.